councillors. I see that all councillors are here. Therefore, there's a quorum. I call council meeting number 854 to order. I'll start up with a prayer. Heavenly Father, grant that we who would seek to serve you may have the wisdom of your Spirit, the guiding of your hand, and the grace to serve together for the prosperity of our city, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, all beauty rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains that let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Please be seated. Item 1, attendance and apologies, nil. 2, leave of absence, nil. 3, condolences, nil. Mayoral Minute, there's 1. Councillors, I move that the register of membership and responsibility of standing committee and delegations to external organisation be amended as follows. A, Herman Vorster MP to be added as a member of the World Serving Reserve Local Stewardship Advisory Committee. And B, Councillor Naomi Fowler to become the chair of Mayoral Safety Suburbs Forum. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Confirmation of minutes. First up, we received the minutes. Move to receive. Councillor Hamill, second. Councillor Fowler. All. Mayoral report. Councillors, item 1. Why is this thing? At Surfers Paradise Beach, and for us to and officers to really explain to her how we are replenishing our beach, and Her Excellency took her time and really asked questions, and we met a lot of locals there, and after that we went to the Disaster Emergency Management Centre to explain how we've run our disaster management. She was thoroughly impressed. Next one, then 21st, next day, Friday 21st of March, Off-Road Creative opening. I joined Councillor Hamill. Councillor Hamill at Yatala there.
Mr Mayor, brilliant morning on the 21st up in Yatala to officially open Off-Road Creative. Off-Road Creative has been developed by a group of, I think, four-wheel drive fanatics would be the only way to describe them, Mr Mayor, based on the amount of money that they put into their vehicles. It came from one person's idea, one four-wheel drive fanatic that didn't think the quality of products that you could fit out four-wheel drives in Australia was good enough, and that the quality of what was coming from overseas just wasn't up to the standard for Australian conditions. So they decided to have a crack in that true Gold Coast style, design their own four-wheel drive fit-outs and start manufacturing here in the Gold Coast. That idea, which is only a few years old, has now led to them being in 3,000 square metres of new manufacturing and fit-out facility in Yatala. Excited to say, Mr Mayor, that we also found out on that day that their orders are so strong that they've just placed a deposit on a block of land in Yatala so they can expand to a 9,000 square metre facility in 18 months' time. Mr Mayor, it's why new industrial land in Yatala is so important. This is a mum and dad business having a go on the Gold Coast doing advanced manufacturing. We have to make sure that there is available industrial land for businesses like this to expand to. Just a great example of a mum and dad having a true go on the Gold Coast, about to start exporting their product to America. So a high quality, advanced manufactured product exported from Yatala, from the Gold Coast. A great story, Mr Mayor.
Excellent. Then on Sunday, 23rd of March, I was joined, it's Everybody Now, 10th anniversary. I was joined by Councillor Castro, Councillor Patterson, Wilkinson and Councillor Tozer. Attend the celebration at Hotters Lakeside Terrace. Everybody Now is a Gold Coast arts powerhouse that has inspired thousands of locals to get creative, connected and participate. From their debut of a show in 2015 as part of the Bleach Festival to standout projects like Those Who Rock, this team is at the heart of arts engagement in our city. We're proud to support Everybody Now through our Community Grants program. Congratulations to Chair Donna Orazio and the entire team for growing this organisation into a thriving cultural asset for our city. We did a bit of a dancing there, so a bit of creativity. Next is the State Recovery Coordinating Meeting. I met with Colonel Justin O'Connor, retired, our newly appointed SEQ State Recovery Coordinator, and Deputy Coordinator Mr Peter Matic upstairs in the Mayoral Lounge, and we went through some recovery part. They represent the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, and they can assess and really work through together and what funding we required, and it goes through them first, and then it gets escalated up all the way to if we need federal funding. Next one is Future Brisbane. I joined Premier David Crisafulli and Deputy Premier Jared Blaze and fellow leaders of Future Brisbane, where we plan for the Brisbane 2032, and the plan for Brisbane 2032 was revealed. And there's more on this item on 16.4 later today, so I won't go through it and having it repeated again at 16.4. Gold Coast Hockey Centre, Councillor Wilkinson and I visit the centre in Labrador to officially welcome the state announcement at the media conference. Councillor Wilkinson, what do you think about that?
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to start by actually thanking you for your fierce advocacy on behalf of the city to the state government to deliver this incredible outcome. As we all know, we saw an exceptional display here for the Commonwealth Games, and I'm excited to see what this space becomes in 2032. Being a top 10 global participation sport, hockey offers so much, not just across our state, boasting more than 16,000 active members, but more than 125,000 registered participants in Australia, not to mention all the adorning fans and spectators that come along to cheer them on. Highlighting some of the country's achievements from our world-renowned kookaburras and hockeroos, which between them have won 13 Olympic medals, 17 World Cup medals, 14 Commonwealth Games medals, and finished on the podium at 44 championship trophy tournaments. This is a huge local win for the Gold Coast. We know that our city is worth investing in, and this commitment to see a legacy infrastructure project delivered into our community that will benefit not only our community, but our city and Australia's hockey future for generations to come is phenomenal. I'll finish by thanking the state government for their leadership in announcing this decision, and I thank the Gold Coast Hockey Centre, Hockey Queensland and Hockey Australia for their vision in pushing for this incredible outcome with the state government. Also, a big shout out to the local Labrador Tiger Sticks. I can't wait to see who amongst you perhaps might be stepping up to this world stage in our own backyard in not too distant future. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Very comprehensive, and we'll work together with Hockey Australia to see if we can bring a world championship here well in advance of the Olympics. So what we'll have to do is really might as well get the work going to build the next pitch, and so that we can start hosting Australian Championship and all the other ahead of the games. And it's best that we build all these things early so that legacy for hockey starts well in advance of 2032. Cyclone Alfred community consultation. We launched the city consultation for the tropical cyclone Alfred recovery plan. It's quite significant. I encourage Gold Coasters to get their consultation. Finishes on Tuesday, 15th April, and you go to gchaveyoursay.com.au. When we did this about 20, not last Christmas, but Christmas before, when we got that strong win, and a lot of learnings came out of the community consultation. We incorporate that into our current recovery. And even with our current recovery plan, that was then also was appreciated by other parts of the states, and they've taken our plan on board, and they've of course will tweak it for their recovery. So all balls from the community consultation. So I'm looking forward to see anything else that we can do better and incorporate. Even a better recovery plan than we already have. Next item is the Takasue Students Delegation. I welcome 9 students and 2 teachers from our sister city, Takasue in Japan, and as part of the annual Cultural Education Exchange. We're in 30th year of our sister city relationship, and so we'll look to head back there together with Kanagawa Prefecture. I think that's about 25 years of friendship. The prefecture has 11 cities in it, one of which is Yokohama, and it's an opportunity where Governor Koroiva can call all the mayors in. I get the opportunity to have lunch, and you meet with 11 mayors in one go, which is it's really an easy part to share knowledge and friendship. Gold Coast Bulletin, 140 years birthday. And Councillor Gates and Councillor Patterson was in attendance. The bulletin has been established since 1885, and as I said on the day, I think the other one was Australia Post. Is the only other name that has been around that long, and the other one was Bank of New South Wales, but they changed their name to Westpac, so I thought that didn't count. So there's only 2. Everything is Possible Gala Dinner, 800 guests at the Star Gold Coast for the Perry Cross Spinal Research Foundation. And quite a bit of money was raised, but at the same time was 50th birthday for Perry. And it was fantastic. $400,000 were raised that night. So, as per usual, I bought a few things I don't need. Next one, Love GC card launch. That was done. It's a $2.5 million initiative where you go online, buy the card for $50, and you get another $50 in. And looking at that photo there, I'll give you a secret. I'm actually standing on a step higher up, so I can be similar height to Superman. I learned that trick from someone else. I understand there was some technical issue at first up, but now 40,000 cards been sold, $1.25 million already spent using the card. So it's fantastic. City budget consultation, we launched that, and so we're waiting on community feedback and online survey until Monday, 14th of April. Please visit gchaveyoursay.com.au. T20 international cricket announcement. I joined Australian cricketer Matthew Short, Ben Oliver from Cricket Australia, and CEO of EGC John Warren to celebrate the major win for our local sport and tourism. I think men's international cricket's returned to the Gold Coast, with Australia set to take on India in a T20 match at Carrara on the 6th of November. This will be India's first ever match on the Gold Coast, forming part of a 5-game series on Australian soil. So it's a big coup for us to get that, and I'm sure we can build on more cricket games for our city. Next one, Swimming Australia Partnership. The Gold Coast Aquatic Centre will host the Australian Age and Open Swimming Championship in 2026, 2028 and 2030. These championships were where future Olympians and Paralympians will make their mark. More than 3,500 athletes will compete. Estimate of $46 million economic flow into our city. Mayor Students Ambassador. A lot of councillors were there. Councillor Gates, Wilkinson, Tozer, Doran, Marshall, Martin and O'Neill attended at the chamber. I officially welcome 21 students into 2025 Mayor's Students Ambassador program, now in its 12th year. And the program's, it's a wonderful program for them to really be able to embrace the Gold Coast as their second home. But in saying that, there are a number of students, local students as well. The cohorts represent 12 countries. And they're all very excited. And congratulations to our new ambassadors. Offshore dredging. And so it's out there working. We estimated it'll be running for about 8 weeks. And what it is, as you can see there, it sucks up like a hoover down the bottom, sucks the sand up, and then it pumps it out like a rainbow onto the waves, and then Mother Nature brings it into the shore. And we keep doing that, and that's how we did it in 2017. Brisbane, I went to Sunshine Coast for the Brisbane 2032 board meeting, and we toured the Sunshine Coast Stadium. It was wonderful, but I was told straight away that that's going to be knocked down and a new one built. So I said, all right, pity we can't just pick it up and bring it over here. And Tim Sue versus Joe Spencer fight in Newcastle Entertainment Centre. And I think 4th round, Tim got a TKO. The Joe Spencer's side threw in the towel. And of course, straight after it, I spoke with Tim and would like to see his next fight here on the Gold Coast. So we'll work on that. And I met up with Messianic Jewish Congregation with Mr. Ralph and Marie Matuszylski from the Messianic Jewish Congregation. They presented me with a framed copy of the Shema, written in parchment by a personal scribe of Rabbi Shapira. The Shema is from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6, verses 4 to 9. The focus and prayer for this scripture is all about unity with God, and I'll be displaying it. And but I said, I want to print out the Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 to 9, because it's in Hebrew and we can't read it. So we might as well get that done. Councillors, I move the Mayor's report be welcome and noted. Second, Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 7, clarification. I go to Councillor Nick Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, and thank you for taking a late clarification. Councillors, this is just in relation to an article in today's Gold Coast Bulletin that refers to item 7.4 from the Special Budget Committee. the Waste and Resource Recovery Services Financial Sustainability. It's inferred in the paper today that I voted in the positive, that the recommended price path option 1 be adopted, when in fact I voted in the negative. Might seem like a small point, but I actually did 2 community pop-ups last week where I spoke about voting in the negative, so to be in the paper today, I just thought it needed to be corrected. So thank you.
Okay. Right. Item 8, business arising from the minutes. Neil. Item 9, presentation, Miami Creative Industry Precinct. Councillors, I move that we go into close. Second, Councillor Martin, due to commercial and confidence. And I streaming on. Here we are going to close. Councillor Martin, 4. Seconder, Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Streaming off. Councillor, someone like to move the motion there? Councillor Tozer, seconder. Councillor Peter Young, it's on the screen for noting. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillors, I move motion that item 16.5 and 16.6 be moved forward in the agenda to be dealt with immediately after item 9, which is now, in accordance with section 8.2 of Local Law 1, Meetings 2008. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show
Mr.
of
Mayor,
hands.
sorry, just a question. Could,
Yep.
could I request that we do 16.6 and then 16.5?
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
16.6, then 16.5. No worries. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Okay, so we go to 16.6. Mr. CEO, what do you want to do? Commercial? Moving into close, move Councillor Hamill due to commercial in confidence. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Mr. CEO? Streaming's on. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We thank the writer of this report for giving us some
You're
insight.
going to move a motion first?
I would like to move the motion, the change recommendation. Mr.
Yep,
Mayor.
the move there. Second to Councillor Peter Young.
Too
Would you like to
excited.
speak on it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The CBD Investment Drivers Plan. We have, this is the gift that keeps on giving, Southport CBD. And what this report has provided us is some clear, a clear articulation of what the issues are. Some of them we knew, and some of them are going to be beneficial going forward. So the recommendation is simply to accept the report that's been provided. It does outline next steps, and for a future report to come back in a couple of months, July, to explain how would we actually activate and implement those steps. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone to speak against the motion? Well, Councillor, I put it to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried unanimous. We now go to 16.5, long-term accommodation plan. Mr. CEO, do you speak on it, or who's?
We need to go into closed again.
Right. Commercial in confidence?
Yeah.
Move to close. Councillor Hamill, second to Councillor Wilkinson. Commercial in confidence. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carries. Streaming off. Streaming on, I go to Councillor Patterson. You want to move a motion? Yeah. Please stand and move it. You can speak on it. Move Councillor Patterson, seconded Councillor Peter Young.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have been discussing the accommodation requirements of this organisation. We have the precinct here in Bundall, and there's been a lot of talk about when is the right time for Southport. Both of those precincts are in my division, and I want to make sure that they both flourish and are working very well. I thank the officers for the rigour in this report and identifying timeframes and stages that make sense. The change recommendation is really just to make sure that it's signified what is written in that report, that we do think long term. Having a precinct similar to that down in Parramatta, where you do have Federal Circuit Court, state and federal government in one place, as well as council, makes sense. But timing of that is not now. The last thing that this city needs is another project to be building before the 2032 Olympics. And if we go back to the Keynesian economics, it just is not the time to be doing that, and there may be an opportune time for us to be doing that in the future. So thanks again for the report, and I move as on the screen. Thank you.
Okay. Against, Councillor Doran.
I think fundamentally, I'm going to speak to what's on the screen in terms of the change recommendation, because I think that's enough. The change recommendation endorses option 1, and all councillors and mayor obviously will have familiarised themselves with option 1. And then point 3 seeks to take a diversion from that long-term accommodation strategy, and this is what has been put forward. It's a long-term strategy that starts now for the planning. So it looks to take a divergence. Potentially down the track from where we make a decision today. And so, to me, there's in contrast there. Option 1 endorses a location and an appetite for a particular action. Option 2 says yes, but we're also still going to pursue an alternative option, which will have a series of actions along the way, noting Councillor Patterson's comments with regards to the timing. I believe that this paper, whilst I don't agree, Mr. Mayor, with everything in option 1, I absolutely don't. This paper is seeking to take long-term strategic steps around a variety of things, investment drivers, accommodation, office staff, how we operate as a city, Mr. Mayor, and they're going to be required to take long-term financial decisions as well. I believe that if the council is going to endorse a path forward today, it needs to be consistent in one direction. There is, as councillors will know within the report, an option to endorse an alternative to option 1, which is potentially not what is going to be voted on right now. So I believe this sort of has a bit of a bob each way, and I think that whilst like I say, Mr. Mayor, I don't agree with everything in option 1. I believe that this could lead to a conflict of investment drivers and decisions, and I think that if the council is going to endorse a path forward for something that is considered a long-term accommodation plan, we should set a course and stay the course, Mr. Mayor, and I think that that is probably the wisest move to make.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Patterson to close.
I'll foreshadow the officer's recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report that we were presented with made it very clear on the officer's recommendation for accommodation over the next 5 to 15 years. It also made it very clear that we see the long term for Southport as the home for government in this city. The timing of a report being brought back to council in 2030 is ideal. It means that we can start thinking if what comes out of that report is that transition, and we do know that in 15 years' time, this will have met its mark and we will need to be reviewing this again. If it is that we are looking at Southport at that time, it would be an ideal time, if we look at the history of Sydney Olympics, to be considering potentially divesting of some assets, setting us up then with a 10-year agreement with a high yield, great sale, and then looking at building in a time post-Olympics when construction will be at a far more palatable price level, we hope. So I think what this change recommendation does is it just stipulates what we see written in the report. And you can see on page 445, the wording that is written in 3 is taken straight from the report on page 445. It is not something that's added or additional, it's just making that message clear. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. The debate's closed, councillors. I call for the vote. All in favour, show of hands. We call division.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Marshall and Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Gates, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran and Councillor Tozer.
Motion carried. Okay, councillors, we go back to
We are at
conflict of interest declaration. But, so we've done 9.1. We're up to 10. Is the conflict all loaded and ready to roll? Councillor Wilkinson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to seek clarity. Do I raise my conflict of interest now, or do you want me to wait until the actual item or the committee is raised?
I think we'll go when the committee's raised. This one is for global ongoing conflict. Is there any there? Neil? Okay. So we're up to Special Budget Committee. Councillors, 11.1, I move that the committee, the minutes of the 854 Special Budget Committee meeting held on Monday, 24th of March, covered by recommendation 1 to 5, be received. Seconder, Councillor Hamill. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any items you want to deal separately? Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I approached you earlier because of this concern and it was suggested that I ask a question on it, so I'll do that. I have been a bit uncomfortable about the adoption of option 1, which included the gate fees for waste services in the future. And I've given that quite a bit of deliberation during the week, and then I focused my attention on the flexi skip service that we provide, the fact that we don't charge at all for that at this point in time.
I think we'll have to go to close for that.
I beg your pardon.
All right. So councillors move. Councillor Gates to go to close. Seconder,
Yes.
Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried.
We're back.
Have we voted to get it
Yep, we're back
on
on.
open?
Yes.
All right, we're open. What's that? When we're not changing any motion. We're not changing any motion.
Yeah.
All right.
So the minutes will reflect that.
Any other items, councillors? I move for adoption. Seconder, Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Is that a yes? Okay. Against, motion carried. We go next item. 11.2 planning. Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that the minutes of the 854th Planning and Regulation Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 25th of March 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second to Councillor Peter Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. I go to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, if we could open item 6.4 for a change recommendation, please.
We go to 6.4. Change away.
Mr Mayor, we'll just need the minute secretary because it's already in the system.
Just a good example about what happens if we lose the secretary, Mr Mayor.
Is it preloaded?
It is preloaded, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, would you like me to explain the change recommendation quickly before I seek a seconder?
Why don't you move it?
Yep.
And then you can move Councillor Hamill. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Tozer. You can speak on it and explain it.
Mr Mayor, so at committee there was a change recommendation in regards to this application to do with looking to seek a better car parking ratio on the site and also seeking to change the activation at the front of the building in a city centre zone. So the committee recommendation words that are left are still there in black. Since committee, Mr Mayor, on Monday we received an unsolicited offer, I guess, from the applicant with a proposal for some amended plans that reflected the intent of committee. So this change recommendation means that those amended plans put forward by the applicant would then become the amended plans moving forward, Mr Mayor.
Oh,
I'm happy to leave it at that for now.
Okay. You want to speak against? Councillor Flower.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Not to speak against, I just had some change to if the mover was amendable.
Okay, let's hear it then.
So when we're looking at the actual amended drawings, it doesn't have any numbers, but the proposed ground floor, that one there. So the rest of it remains as is. And then if we just could, and I'll speak to it in a moment, Mr Mayor, if we could just change cafe to workspace. And then in the second line, change 250 metres squared back to 200 metres squared. And then at the bottom of that, just change where it says direct pedestrian access to the street from, change that to both the former community room and workspace tenancies.
I'll go to Councillor Hamill, see whether he will accept that. Otherwise, it will be an amended motion.
Can I just wait for the full words to be up, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, sure. Yeah? Question? No, let's finish.
That's my recommended change. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Is that how you want that top right? Is that right now? Yeah, that's fine. Mr Mayor, I'm happy to accept that as an amendment to my change recommendation.
Councillor Peter Young, you're okay? You're the seconder? Oh, Councillor, you're the seconder?
Question?
Yeah, go on.
Mr Mayor, through you to Councillor Fowler. This moving the word cafe to workspace, I'm trying to work out, are we changing a cafe, like a commercial cafe, to 200 metres squared of commercial tenancies, which means cafes? Yeah, please.
You want to answer that question?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you. So firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Doran's original motion. That was a change motion that happened at the Planning and Regulation Committee meeting, which 6 of the committee members did support. The intention in regards to the Marina Quays variation preliminary approval was actually what is originally intended was the applicant was meant to put in 1,000 square metres of gross leasable space into this site. What we had attempted to do at committee was put in 200 square metres of that gross leasable space to be pedestrian frontage with an awning and a footpath access way. For us to get that street frontage and that activation in the centre zone, there was 2 different spaces at the ground floor that would have worked to open that up to the community. One of those was a community room, which was an internal proposal from the applicant, and the other one was a workspace, so typically where staff would have a computer. And if those 2 spaces combined, which is around 200 square metres, were refitted to actually open up to the community, we thought that was a really good outcome for the community. So 6 of the committee members did support that. What the developer had come back with in the meantime was actually looking at an existing small cafe on the ground floor inside with some seating that already existed and just the community room opened up. So what this is a minor change to make it the intention of what committee wanted, which was that additional street frontage of the 2 sites.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? Go back to Councillor Hamill to close.
Mr Mayor, only to say that it's a bit of a rare occurrence that between committee and full council we get a full set of amended plans sent to us. So I'd acknowledge the applicant for being prepared to, I guess, take the intended committee very seriously and put that money and effort in to get these ready. By doing this today, and I hope all councillors will support this, it means that there'll be no appeal to be dealt with afterwards. The applicant has indicated that this resolution of council today means a purpose-built aged care facility in Hope Island gets built. So thank you to the applicant, thank you to committee members for a fairly long couple of hours at committee tearing this one apart. And it's great to see it reflected here today in this final council resolution, and would put it to all my colleagues to support.
Okay. Councillors, go to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry. Unanimous. Any other items deal separately, Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, I think we need to pull out 7.1 to deal with a few conflict of interest declarations.
7.1, I go to Councillor Darren Taylor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is in relation to appeal proceedings
Can you
by...
pause a second?
Would you excuse me just while this is on, I'll explain later.
Okay.
I left the room at
Okay. Please continue.
Thank you. I've got a declarable conflict of interest, and it relates to appealing procedures for Glenkew Proprietary Limited 21 Broadbeach Boulevard Planning and Regulation Committee. And it's in relation to a representative of the applicant, Glenkew Proprietary Limited, Anthony Quinn, made a formal complaint against me in relation to my dealings with a subject development at 21 Broadbeach Boulevard. This could create a perception that I have a conflict between my interests or the interests of the related party and the public interest. To give a little bit more clarity, it went to the OIA, which I did get a response from them at the end, which they cleared me of any wrongdoing. I'm seeking permission to participate in the consideration and noting that the quarterly appeals reporting, so it's really just noting today, my involvement and participating in importance to me when representing my constituents as a local representative, and I should be involved in matters involved in my division. The benefit of my participation in the decision making outweighs perception bias arising from the conflict of interest. I'm only seeking permission to consider the quarterly report today.
Okay, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to seek a bit of clarity, given that I've also got a conflict of interest at this time and I'll be seeking to leave. Can I stay for this to consider?
No, I think best you. I'll pause yours. If you can declare yours and leave, it'll be simpler for you.
Mr Mayor, I'm comfortable to do that if you welcoming that.
Okay, declaring there on the screen.
Perfect. So as you can see on the screen, this is just in relation to 7.1 as well with the quarterly appeals reports and my association with Headway ABI Australia. Since 2019, I've been serving on the board of Headway ABI Australia and I'm currently the chairperson of the board. I have, however, recently resigned from my position on the board of Headway, but am awaiting a formal letter of acceptance, given that a close associate of a councillor is defined under section 150 EJ of the LGA to include an entity other than a government entity for which a councillor is an executive officer or board member. I'm seeking to just more or less announce my prescribed conflict of interest and leave accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else wants to get up and leave? No. Councillor Hamill?
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move a procedural motion back on Councillor Taylor's if you're ready to take one.
Yeah,
I think that one on the screen would be a brilliant one.
All right. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Tozer. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Peter
Speak
Young?
against. Not to speak against, but I just won't be voting on this because I'll be making a declaration. Which won't, well, I'll be advising council of a possible conflict. Thanks.
All right. Anyone speak against? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castro, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against? Motion carried. Please record Councillor Peter Young did not vote. Anyone else didn't vote? Councillor Taylor, of course, didn't vote. Of course, and the other two are not in the room. Motion carried. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. In 2020, I declared that my property is within 700 metres of the new crush quarry, which is item 7. Sorry, this item, and it's listed under attachment 3, division 2 appeals. At the time I made the declaration, council gave me consent to participate in the decision, subject to conditions being that a fresh declaration will be required to participate in a delegated standing committee or council decision on the matter. Now, Mr Mayor, I wasn't intending to make a declaration, but just to advise council that this matter exists, but because we're just merely noting the report, we're not making a substantive decision. I'm seeking council's consent to participate in the vote.
So it's a declaration then I would say.
Through the Chair, Mr Mayor, our prior declaration has been made and Councillor Young has permission to participate, subject to those conditions, and they're not being breached today. It's merely the noting of a quarterly report.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Flower.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And similar to Councillor Young, I've made a previous declaration that I have a property within proximity to the new crush quarry. I've been given approval to be briefed on information about the new crush quarry and communicate that, if appropriate, with my residents. So that's a previous declaration. I won't be making a declaration today.
Okay. All right. Councillor Hamill.
Happy to move the item, Mr Mayor.
Move. Seconder. Councillor Patterson. You want to speak on that?
Mr Mayor, so this is the first time in some years we've had a quarterly update on appeals. It was at the back of a GBI request from Councillor Gates for them to recommence. So can I just thank committee members? There was actually some really good discussion come out of the committee on broadening understanding of appeals. Some good information in the report. Just to flag for councillors, I think we'll bring the next quarterly report through, and then depending on how many conflict issues it causes, we do have the ability to change it to a confidential memo provided to councillors outside of committee, which then would remove the conflict issues. So we'll see what one more round looks like quarterly. Mr Mayor, just to finish with that, what the report did show is that as a city, we are in an excellent position with our appeals. Our numbers are well down on historical trends and continuing to stay down this year, which importantly means that the cost of appeals to ratepayers is down as well. Leave it at that, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Well, council, take the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carry unanimous. If councillor outside can hear through the TV screen, please return to the chamber. Oh, in case we use the wrong words. Councillor Gates.
Reflect that I left the planning meeting before this item was discussed at committee. And given that I had left the meeting, I did raise with the committee before the meeting started the number of conflicts that potentially existed historically for me, but that I had no relevant term conflicts at all. And I had intended to stay for the discussion, but the meeting dragged on and I had to leave, and so I left and didn't participate. And I just thought it was safer for me to be out of the room today.
Understand.
So just wanted to pop that on the record.
Thank you. Any other items, councillors? Back to Councillor Hamill.
Mr Mayor, I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Fowler. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Thank you, Director. We go to 11.3, lifestyle. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 854 or 854th Lifestyle, Environment, Heritage and Resilience Committee held on Thursday the 27th of March 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 7, be received.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor, any items you wish to deal separately? Councillor Martin.
8.1, Mr Mayor.
8.1.
To move the committee recommendation.
Move the committee recommendation. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. Want to speak on that?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this motion brings a report on the city's water quality testing at popular swimming locations such as Burleigh Heads, Tallabudger, Crumman Creek, which are unique natural assets within Division 13 and the wider Gold Coast, and indeed promoted to the world. I call for this report in committee in response to growing community interest, including the hard work of volunteer groups like Surfrider Foundation, who've been regularly testing our water quality and publishing the results of those on social media. I've met with Surfrider on the public release of their annual report on the Blue Water Task Force, who I supported through a community grant to undertake some of that work. And it highlights the concern in the community with some persistent low quality water results, and there's strong appetite for clear, reliable information from the city. We discussed at committee, and I'm confident that the city is conducting regular scientific reporting and testing, but it's really about how we better communicate that. And I think some of the results from Surfrider have shown the effectiveness of social media or other platforms that we can communicate these warnings or information through other mechanisms. In my view, being able to communicate water quality results when needed, or warnings due to flooding or accidental contamination from public or private assets will inform our residents and visitors of any potential risks. We've got a fantastic city app, which the beaches function and surf cams and surf reports is going really well. So I'd like to think there's an opportunity there, and I believe the city's really looking at that. I want to thank city officers for the work for confirming that this report is in progress, and it'll be able to come back pretty quickly. So it's incredibly important to highlight the incredible work the city is doing, acknowledging the community interest in this program. And so I want to thank officers for confirming this report will come back. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone speak against the motion? Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any items separately? Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Marshall. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, carried, unanimous. We go to Water, Waste and Energy. Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the minutes of 854 Water, Waste and Energy Committee held on Tuesday the 1st of April, covered by recommendations 1 to 3, be received.
Right. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Any item you want to deal separately, Councillor Castro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move for 6.1 if we can, Mr. Mayor.
We're going to 6.1.
Okay, now, basically, Mr. Mayor, I want to move what is a composition, actually, of the officers' recommendation, which is 1 and 2, and number 3, which is something that Councillor Peter Young asked to be included in the recommendation that I moved at the committee, and I'm quite happy to include that again in moving this now, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so moved by yourself. Second, Councillor Doran. You speak on it.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, look, I'll try not to take too long because this, I think, is the third time. I've lost count, but I think it's the third time this has been back before us. The situation at committee was that I moved the motion and it was 3-3, and it was lost on the casting vote of the chair, but there wasn't an alternate recommendation as such. So that's why we're here now. So I'm moving this motion again. Look, Mr. Mayor, as I say, I thought we had a resolution on this. We supported this the last time it came before council to progress a replacement green waste pad on site, but now we're debating this again. We'd already established the fact that there was a very real need for this green waste pad, and the whole reason that the green waste pad had to be displaced was because of the extension to the sewage treatment plant, something that I have always supported. That is something that is critical infrastructure which needs to be done, but I've always maintained that we needed to establish a green waste pad somewhere else on site because it's very well utilised. In that regard, just to remind everyone, back in, I think it was written down here, in 23-24, the Merrimack Green Waste Pad received around just short of 83,000 customers. So it is well established as well. It's actually been there in place for 7 years. We were well aware of the costs when we voted to support a new green waste pad last time this came before council, because that was all part of the reports, that the cost would be somewhere in the region of 4.8 to 5.8 million. So there were no nasty surprises when it came back this time. And just to remind people, the reason this came back again was because we called for a report to outline a number of issues that were debated before, but it's really just to confirm what we already knew. So we were also told that originally that if it wasn't for the sewage treatment plant expansion, there would have been no recommendation to actually remove this, because we are being hopefully true to our word that we would not reduce frontline services, and this is a frontline service. This is also in keeping with your Mayoral Minute, Mr. Mayor, going back to a meeting or two ago. As I say, it's come back so many times I can't remember if it was the last meeting or the one before. Interestingly, the report mentioned that there'd been a 25% reduction since the rollout of the green waste bins in the green waste patronage at Merrimack. I just want to point out that this is not unusual. In fact, the report shows that in 22-23, Stapleton actually had a reduction of about 28%. If you actually look at the numbers and do those numbers, it's about 28%. Mollendina had a reduction of around 23%. There was, however, a big spike at Stapleton in 23-24 due to the Christmas New Year extreme weather event, and also that was the case for Mollendina. Division 8 was largely unscathed by that Christmas New Year storm. It really, we were very, very fortunate in the sense that it missed us, but unfortunately ex-cyclone Alfred wasn't quite as considerate and smashed us pretty hard. which was also reflected in the numbers of vehicles attending the Merrimack Waste Transfer Station to get rid of their green waste on the weekend following that extreme weather event. On the Saturday, I think it was around 1,800 customers, and it was about 1,950 on the Sunday. In fact, we all received an email, I think it actually came from Mr. Owen, I think, to councillors just saying that it's really busy here, we're managing to control it, but it is a bit of a challenge and a bit of a wait. So it was double the numbers that we'd normally get. So again, depending, there will be highs and there will be lows at different transfer stations and green waste pads at certain times, depending on these sort of weather events. But the bottom line remains, it's well patronised anyway. 83,000 in a year is a lot of customers coming through. So that is it. It was really just a recap of what we spoke about last time. But I would like to highlight, this is not just about Division 8. The green waste pad at Merrimack services a substantial number of residents from Division 11, also from Division 10, Division 12 and Division 9. It's a much needed facility, it's a much utilised facility. We'd already voted before to progress this, and I hope that today, once and for all, so it doesn't come back a fourth time, and I know that we talk about this being included as part of the budget, but we know what it costs, and everything always comes back to budget anyway. But I'm hoping that finally, that I'm not going to have to stand up here again and speak for all the reasons why we need to retain this frontline service. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speaking against the motion, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I certainly share the same sentiments that I hope this is the last time that we have to address this one, but in the interest of consistency in my personal decision making, I will rise today to speak against Council's further investment in a permanent green pad at Merrimack. I've provided my reasoning on this during committee that it creates a disproportionate level of service for the Central South and exposes a weakness and an absence of a green pad for the Central North, where my constituents reside. So as a divisional councillor, I cannot support the investment of their funds to support a higher activation in the Central South that is inconsistent across the rest of the Gold Coast, where we're seeing a deliberate rationalisation of a green pad in the South, Central and North, and in the position of Chair of Water, Waste and Energy, it does not reflect a rationalised network, and I won't be supporting it today.
Okay. Speaking for the motion, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This particular service is incredibly important to my residents in Division 11. I acknowledge Councillor Castra's leadership in keeping this issue going and to attempting to save this facility for both of our constituents. We've spoken a lot about this particular issue, and I want to just hone in on a couple of things, Mr. Mayor. The reasons why this should be kept open is something that we've articulated, but I think it's worth reminding a few folks here today. The network rationalisation that was put forward earlier in the year was not endorsed in its entirety. We've taken bits of that and we haven't proceeded with it in the full form, and that's the prerogative of council. So this here in itself is just a further prerogative of council to make the decision that this is an important frontline service for many communities, not just mine in Division 11. I think we noted in the committee, Mr. Mayor, that Merrimack Green Organics pad takes around about 5,497 tonnes of green waste, and Pimpamar, for example, takes 4,921. So it's actually taking a lot more than what other facilities that we're keeping open are. The feedback that this creates a gaping hole in the North's waste network, to me, is a comment. I'm not going to dig into that a bit, but I will say that the city is a lot different in different parts, Mr. Mayor. It's a lot different in Yatala as it is in Coolangatta. And we are quite a dense location around Division 11, 10, 8, 9 and 12, and there's quite a cluster of people there. I think the the notion that we should take a view that because I don't have that in my community means you should not have that in yours sets a worrying precedent for me about moving into budget considerations, about councillors taking a view that if I don't, for example, Mr Mayor, have a Surfers Paradise revitalisation project, that I shouldn't vote for it. And the logic of not having it, therefore, I can't explain it. The whole of City contributes to our light rail, and not everyone has one running through their area. So that's a citywide thing that we always contend with when we talk about budget considerations. But Mr Mayor, before, after committee, before council, I asked my community to send me some thoughts on why they thought this particular facility was important to them. And there was a really interesting recurring theme, and it wasn't about convenience, it was about importance to the community. And one of the things that they regularly mentioned, and something that councillors who serve the central and the southern Gold Coast will know, is it's incredibly busy at Reedy Creek on a weekend. Those of us who have tried to take a green waste or just a regular waste recycling centre, Mr Mayor, will know that as the crow flies, or as Google dictates, it is potentially a 15-20 minute trip from wherever you're coming from. But the amount of people that we're sending to that facility now means that wait is often well outside of the waste recycling centre into the surrounding streets. This will send most of my northern and most of my Robina electorate south to Reedy Creek, creating additional capacity on that particular WRC. We haven't been presented with options of how that's going to increase its access arrangements. So the logical extension of that, which was communicated in the more than 256 emails I've received on this matter since Thursday, 4 o'clock, is that that's going to lead to significant delays on a weekend, especially, that will lead to cars leading out onto South Port Burleigh Road into the surrounding community. There were a number of personal stories that I'm not going to read all of them today, Mr Mayor, but I just wanted to let councillors know that this is not about convenience. This is about a frontline service that's been offered in, we've called it a temporary facility. Well, it was opened in 2018 and it's potentially going to be taken up for the waste recycle, for the sewage treatment plant in 2026. I'd argue that if I had 8 years, I'd be okay with being called a temporary councillor, Mr Mayor, because that's quite a long time. And I think that once you get used to a facility like this, it is really important that we continue to provide that service. And I just want to finish on just a couple of very quick points, Mr Mayor. We as a city constantly ask our residents to plant more trees. 51% is our goal for tree canopy. We have a free tree program. We have street tree program, and we encourage the planting of more trees in our urban environment. And so this green waste facility is actually a complementing of our other underlying goals and strategic priorities. It also served as an incredibly important part of our disaster resilience. Mr Owens touched on this at the last committee, and Councillor Castro has just done this now. After Tropical Cyclone Alfred, Division 11 in particular didn't have a suitable place for a temporary skip, for a temporary green organics pad, or for any other additional services to cater for the enormous amount of green waste that was generated from Tropical Cyclone Alfred. And we saw, as Councillor Castro alluded to before, a record day on the Saturday after Tropical Cyclone Alfred, a record day, only then eclipsed by the next day, even after we discouraged residents to use it. This is not a green organics pad of convenience, Mr Mayor. It's actually critical infrastructure, and I worry that once you remove it, you'll never get another one back. And the final point that I'd like to make as to why this is important today, but also for the future, is this city is planning for 1 million people, Mr Mayor. Now, not everyone is going to live in an apartment. There may be other ways in which we cater for new housing in this city. And once we close a facility like this, I just feel like we may regret not having it open in the future. And the final point I make is just around how important it is. Even in the rationalisation plan, it was never proposed that the waste recycling centre at Merrimack would close, because it obviously was deemed to be important. Its location is the same as Reedy Creek for WRC, just Green Organics is the one that's going to be closed, and that's logical because we need to upgrade the sewage treatment plant. But if the location was deemed needed for WRC normal landfill, then it is surely conceivable that it's also needed for the green organics pad. The issue is really about the capital investment. And colleagues, my view is that we make a lot of decisions in this room, and budgets matter, and keeping rates low and value for money matters. But this is a capital cost for many of our constituents that we should see as not as a liability, but as an opportunity to extend a frontline service for those quiet ratepayers, Mr. Mayor, that just want good services, clean streets, and as rates as low as we can. And for that, I support this, and I appreciate Councillor Lacastra's leadership in this issue.
Against the motion? Question?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The report identified that the cost of the facility at Merrimack was going to be $4.8 million. Subsequently, we've received advice that establishing the road into and the weighing station is going to cost another $800,000. I don't know if that's on top of or if any part of that was included in the original estimate. Could we just get a clear number for the entire facility, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We had that initial nominal sum, which included the associated infrastructure, for example, stormwater collection and treatment. We have environmental requirements under our environmental authority for stormwater capture and treatment to minimise the movement of that material off-site, as well as roads and associated infrastructure, for example, the gatehouse connection. We put a nominal fee in that $4.8 million for the option that we are recommending to proceed with. We have had more of a chance now to unpack that, now that we've looked at that option, and we think it may well be potentially an extra $4,000 to $8,000 to accommodate those that peripheral supporting infrastructure.
4,000 to 8,000?
400,000 to
400,000 to 800,000, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Within that range.
So just to clarify, that's a full cost of between 5.2 and 5.6 million. I'm not wrong there. And I just wonder if when we make review of other matters related to waste management, that this costing will be considered in the context of the charges that we're going to be applying to as the waste management charge. Is that all going to be factored into that another report?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in terms of our capital budgets and pulling money out from reserves and from loan funding, that all moves into our full cost pricing model, and full cost pricing then that flows through to pricing and charges.
Councillor Patterson. Yes, that's what I'm coming to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am speaking against this today, and I did vote in favour of the original recommendation. I do really have empathy for the position. What changed my position was when I identified we are talking about a $5.5 million cost to save a 15-minute drive. So there's mention of the Reedy Creek site. It is also, according to my Google Maps, 15 minutes door-to-door from Mullendina to this spot. When I consider my ratepayers, that really equates to an additional $20 for them in the next ratepayer, if we're looking at it that way. And if I said to them, you're happy to pay an extra $20 on your rates this year for the sake of a maximum 15-minute extra drive, I think they would say, no, that doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm basing that on. Now, I know no one wants this to come back again. However, I'm open to this in the future, given the population target. And we know we're closing it now. So the decision is not on whether we close it. The decision is on whether we have to create a new one. So that is something, if our population changes in that area and those demographics in 3 to 5 years' time, that is something we can address at any point. It's not essential that we do it today, and that's why I'll be voting against today, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. For the motion, Councillor Tozer.
Mr. Mayor, this is an essential service and essential frontline service for our community. And there's a couple of unique reasons why I think it should stay. The first is that not 10 minutes from this location, about 10,000 people have been resolved by the state government to move into Skyridge, which is the south of Wurrungree, and every one of those people will ultimately have to travel an additional 15 minutes down along the M1 and congest Burleigh were this to not go ahead in its proposed form in this resolution. That's an unacceptable outcome to me. Traffic congestion is one of our biggest issues. The second thing that I think is really important to have regard to is that in the western area, in Division 9 and particularly in Division 5, the alternative method for disposing of green waste is actually setting fire to it, Mr Mayor. That's what people do in acreage areas. They set fire to their green waste, and that creates a smoke hazard. Particularly right now, we've been pretty wet, but in our dry months, it actually creates some really big fire risk for us. And I think this is actually, at times it can really put a considerable burden on our rural fire brigades, managing those sort of burdens. And this Merrimack Green Organics pad really reduces that risk that we haven't really thought about. I can see how some of the councillors who maybe live in a more urbanised area don't see that as a big risk. But if you have 30, 40 properties in an acreage area all setting fire to their big piles of green waste on a given weekend, that's actually a real problem for our area. Like I said, it creates a considerable smoke hazard. It can have some considerable health impacts. And frankly, with 86,000 visits, 83,000 visits. I just think it's inconceivable that we would effectively say to those 83,000 visits they should go elsewhere. This is clearly a well-patronised area. Throughout this process over the last 4 weeks or so, members of my community have been soundly telling me that this is an essential service. It's an essential frontline service. It wasn't that long ago that the West made a sacrifice when they closed the Mudgeeraba transfer station for this rationalisation process. And we did that with some really good intent in mind, where we expanded the cemetery and provided another frontline service to replace this. The final thing I'd say is that, for the last 10 years, maybe more, maybe for as long as we've served together, Mr Mayor, 13 years now, we've planned this sewer augmentation. Our plan as a council has always been to be strategic. We think about the future. We don't just make decisions for today. As much as sometimes people might see council and see big events and fancy great things, and it feels like we're making decisions in a council meeting for today. Quite often, in fact, the majority of the decisions we make in these chambers are about decisions that are in 10 and 15 years. And the sewer augmentation project at Merrimack is approximately a $350 million project. It has no less than a 10% contingency set aside in it, which, just doing the maths in my head, is about $35 million. And there's no reason why that plan to expand that sewer plant shouldn't have made regard or had regard for the displaced other frontline services that it needed. Any decision that we make in these chambers is obviously we think about all the dollars every single time, but frankly, when we made the decision to expand that sewer augmentation or undertake that sewer augmentation, expand that sewer treatment plant, we needed to make sure that our contingency incorporated decisions about other services that would be impacted by that expansion. And that's where this $5 million should be coming from. It's appropriate and reasonable. We've factored it in our contingency plan for any of our major projects. That's where it should come from, and that's why it should stay, Mr Mayor. It's a very needed service for the Central West, and frankly, with 83,000 people, it's ridiculous to suggest that it's not critical for us to keep it. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Speak against the motion? None. Go back to Councillor Castro to close.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be brief. Just to touch on something that Councillor Patterson raised. Look, and as Councillor Doran said, yeah, Google Maps, as a crow flies, might tell you it's 15 minutes. It ain't 15 minutes to get to Reedy Creek from certain parts of our divisions. I can assure you, you try getting down there at certain times of the day, particularly on the weekends. I've mentioned this before when we've debated this before previously, that a couple of times a year I will have 2 to 3 carloads, as in, put the back seats down and put all the green waste in. That's without a storm. As Councillor Doran said, and as I've said before too, we encourage people to be green, plant trees, and then we're seriously going to go out and say to people, well, yeah, but now we're not going to let you dispose of it. You're going to have to go for a 1 hour round trip minimum. So even if it was 20, and it's not, it's more. But then you've got the wait time as well. So by the time you wait another 20 minutes to get there and dump it, and you go back and get another load, and if you've got a third load, you're talking about 3 hours. People aren't going to do that. 83,000 people in a year do we want another 83,000 people going to Reedy Creek? Because that's what you're talking about if you close this facility. Another 83,000 to Reedy Creek. Good luck with that. So not going to work. As far as the dollars go, as Councillor Tozer said, sewage treatment plant expansion around $350 million, and as he rightly said too, displacing a frontline service that has to be built into that. It should be part of that, so the facility is not reduced. And this is not a huge amount of money in a $350 million project. You actually look at that, and also it's the cheapest option. The officers have looked at, they've been very diligent. They've looked at 5 or 6 different sites, and this is the best site, the best value for money, and it's retained on site, because they've looked elsewhere and there isn't anything off site that can accommodate this green waste pad. Just in closing, I should just point out that number 3 here, number 1 and 2 are not contingent on number 3, so it's not like a report be brought back. And I know that Councillor Young, I asked Councillor Young that question. Are you saying you'll only support this if we can come back with a report that shows that we can replace that fodder that might be lost for the koalas? And he said, no, that's a separate report. But as I've said before, that is not an issue. That is not an issue. The officers agree that's not an issue. We are not going to have a problem. There are plenty of places where we can pick up any shortfall that we might need in koala fodder. And I think Councillor Doran actually mentioned it the first time we debated this. You know, we've got 247 hectares of green heart. If you can't find a place in 247 hectares of green heart to grow a few trees for koala fodder, there's something wrong. That is not a problem. So number 1 and 2 is not dependent on number 3. That's just a separate report, because we all care about koalas and we all want to feed them, and we don't want them going hungry. So I'll close the vote. That's closed. Thank you, Mr. Bear.
Councillors, division's called, debate's closed. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Castra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Curtis and Councillor Patterson.
Motion carried. Any other items want to deal separately, councillors? No? Go back to Councillor Curtis.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I move that all the remaining recommendations be adopted.
Second to Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. We go 11.5, Transport Infrastructure. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the minutes of the 854th Transport and Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 1st of April 2025, covered by recommendations 1 to 8, be received.
Second to Councillor Gates. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Items separately. Councillor Hamill.
6.5, please, Mr. Mayor.
We go to 6.5. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I've provided the Minute Secretary with a proposed change recommendation. And with a seconder, I'm happy to talk to it.
Second, Councillor Taylor. Please proceed.
Mr. Mayor, so it was really interesting to watch the committee discussion on this and the committee presentation on this item. There was a lot of input from councillors into what their aspirations and vision for our active transport network in the city's future looks like. So what I've put forward today is exactly what the committee recommendation was. What I've added on, but, is a further report to be brought back before the end of this year. That one looks at what Councillor Young raised around opportunities for suitable alternative and affordable active travel options in peri-urban areas. What I've added and am seeking support for today is that report also look at a plan of how we could deliver all of the high and medium priority projects listed in that report before the end of 2035. It's to set a challenge for officers and set a goal for officers of how we can get that 700 out of 1,500 projects delivered over the next decade. Bring back a report, give us the costings, warts and all, give us some options around what delivery might look like and how over a 10-year period we could achieve a massive outcome for making this the most accessible city in the country.
Anyone speak against the motion? Councillor Hamill, you happy to close? Okay. Put the motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Any other items deal separately? Councillor Martin.
6.6, Mr Mayor.
6.6. Go ahead.
I'd just like to pull it out so I can speak against and vote against. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so move.
I'll move the committee recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Taylor. Go to Councillor Tozer first.
Mr Mayor, this body of work related to a survey that was undertaken in relation to the light rail, and is that the committee recommendation or is that
Excuse me, Mr Mayor. I may have a conflict given this.
The same?
In bold, isn't it, the one?
I'm just double checking whether the
6.6 in bold I got there.
Yeah, that's the committee recommendation, not the officer recommendation, isn't it? Great, perfect. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've got it in my head. Sorry, I thought there was something a little bit different between the committee and officer recommendations, but it's okay. Mr Mayor, this related to a survey that was undertaken late last year, early this year, as I recall, and it talked about the whole of city perspective on idea about light rail and where it should go and where it should finish. And we had a really interesting presentation from an organisation called Insightfully, who were engaged by council to undertake the research, and they talked about people's perspectives from the city, people who lived in the actual light rail area, but also people who lived in areas outside where the proposed construction is to occur. And I found it really insightful. For someone who lives in a division and looks after some 45,000 people who don't have really much impact with the light rail at all, I found it really interesting to see how many people support this idea that the light rail go all the way to the airport. And what it said to me is that the messaging that we've been talking to people about over the last decade is actually sinking in across the whole city. There is no doubt, as part of this survey, that there were people who are going to be impacted by the construction of this major project who are frustrated by it. And I think that kind of happens, Mr Mayor, with any project we embark on. Sometimes when we build a project that has benefit for the whole city, the people who live in the area that we're constructing it get frustrated by impacts on their travel and impacts maybe on their amenity and impacts on these things. But what we tended to find in this survey, it seemed as though some of the people who were originally quite upset or maybe concerned about the light rail in other areas where we've now delivered it actually had kind of reframed their view. And I found that really insightful. That was just a personal observation. It wasn't, part of the survey, but I just saw that the people who lived outside that area said that they were much more likely to use it to get to the airport than people who lived right in that area. And it seemed to me also, at least to some extent, that people who live specifically in the area, it seemed like they maybe answered questions in a way to try to add weight to opposition as opposed to being necessarily honest about, how they might use it one way or another. And that was kind of the way I drew that conclusion, is by reconciling the people who lived out it, who now have the light rail all the time, and how much they said they were going to use it versus how much they are using it, which we know is more, and then the people who are living in that area that were most impacted by the next stages. Frankly, Mr Mayor, I actually applaud the idea that in early December last year, we as a council resolved to identify our top projects for the city. Those top projects, Mr Mayor, included the light rail stage 4. I was appropriately corrected that whilst it was the first one on the list, it wasn't a prioritised list, but it's definitely a key project for us. And Mr Mayor, for us to respond to a change of government and that resolution by consulting the broader community about their perspective on light rail, particularly in light of the public dialogue happening right now, I think is actually responsible and a good spend of our money. And frankly, the results show me that this is a project that most people in the city are supportive of. And not only are they supportive of light rail, they're supportive of light rail, the most direct route to the airport, and they're supportive of it in line with the transport strategy that we've had in place for the last decade. This is a story, this is a narrative that we have been talking to people about for a long time, and frankly, the majority of Gold Coasters support it. and so should our council.
Okay. Speaking against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, there was a lot of discussion at T&I committee, so I'll make my statement brief as to why I'll be voting against. But as you know, Mr. Mayor, I didn't vote to support the stage 4 in the advocacy list in late 2024, and that was purely because the simple fact the state government had said they'd already committed to reviewing the project, including all routes and all modes of transport. So while I value the community feedback, I just hold those concerns about timing, cost and presentation of this report. The report highlighted broad support for the project across the whole of City, but from groups that don't reflect the demographics of the suburbs that are most impacted by the Stage 4 corridor. And the report failed to appropriately highlight that the corridor itself, more residents oppose the project than support it by 11% of the margin. The state government currently have a survey open right now where all Gold Coasters can have their say. And additionally, Mr. Mayor, I've got the Deputy Premier is coming to Palm Beach tomorrow to talk to concerned community members about Stage 4, both for and against, and those that still have concerns, along with our local state MPs. So in this instance, I just fear that the $60,000 of the ratepayer funds for the survey is not money well spent, given that the state government is already doing this work. So I just fear that the survey at this particular time, with consultation open with the government engaging with the community, just risk confusing that message that this is a state-led project. And so for that reason, Mr. Mayor, I'll be voting against the item today.
Okay. Speaking for the project, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I spoke at committee as well in support of this. The facts are, it's been in our transport plan since 2009, 2010. It's actually been in the state government, South East Queensland Transport Plan. We've invested a lot of money in stages 1, 2 and 3. We've invested a lot of money in the business case that's being prepared for stage 4. The survey that we've done late last year, I think, is much broader than the survey that the state has recently put out. And that's a little bit disappointing to me, because I think the state should be asking very similar questions to what we asked in our survey. But it's really hard for me to tell. I hear a lot from Division 13 constituents about light rail stage 4, probably more than I do from my own constituents, and I can understand that. It's going to be a very tight fit through the Gold Coast Highway, but I just reiterate, this is our transport corridor. This is where we need to put light rail, and it especially needs to go to the airport. It's an international airport. It's used by not only visitors but our own residents to get to and from. And I think that they will be disappointed if this doesn't go ahead. I'd like to see the business case completed. I'd like to see the state government fulfil their duty to our city and get that case completed and put to Infrastructure Australia, because we don't know the final cost of it. And no transport option is going to be cheap, let's face it. Heavy rail, I've just about given up on heavy rail, Mr. Mayor, and I've advocated for heavy rail and light rail for more than 20 years now. I'm dying on these hills. But I have to support this, and I just would plead with the state government to make sure that they're going to cover all of the Gold Coast, all the constituents, and look to the future, not just the present. In 5 or 10 years' time, I don't know where we'll be without a efficient transport system down the Gold Coast Highway. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. CEO, when was this survey started?
I think, Mr. Mayor, what you're alluding to the fact is that the decision to undertake this survey was done before we were aware that the state government were going to commence their consultation, and certainly in the manner in which they've decided to do it.
Okay. Speaking against the motion. There's a lot of fours. All right, be quick, and I'll come to you. Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate your indulgence. I'm not on the Transport Committee, so I didn't attend. I just wanted to note one particular part, Mr. Mayor, of the insightfully survey, a poll of residents, and I think might have been lost in the general commentary around this issue. On page 20 of our agenda, there's a spontaneous local issues concerns that was polled, and I think it's worth noting for the council that looking at this data now, 55% of responses said roads, traffic and public transport, Mr Mayor. And of the subset there, 50% identified roads, which I'm looking at as a councillor that represents Robina, which is identified as some of the most congested roads in our network. This survey is really great for me because it highlights not only light rail, but it highlights the fact that our community is talking to us around some of the real issues, and especially as it relates to roads. I appreciate the data that backs up what I'm constantly hearing in my emails, Mr Mayor, and so I appreciate this. I note this, and I think Councillor Gates as well in Coomera notes the fact that this is something that we hear from all the time, and having the data that is there in black and white is really important to have, so thank you.
Against? All right, 4. I know there's 2 of you, but I can... Councillor Taylor, go ahead. Keep it short, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll try and keep it short and sweet. Look, as we know, state government is leading this, and they made a lot of comment about it wasn't done properly or correctly by the previous state government. We just hope the state government do it properly and listen to all residents of the Gold Coast. I used 2 other examples of the Ocean Way and Stage 1 and 2 in particular, where people along those particular corridors and along the Ocean Way, we had around a 50-50 poll from local residents for the light rail, for the Ocean Way, but most of the community were really supportive of the Ocean Way. Even when light rail came through Southport and Surface, there was a lot of angst with a lot of locals, but now most people use these travel routes, whether it's light rail or active travel on the beach. If we don't listen to the whole of city, we will never deliver any of these infrastructures. This survey has been a great survey to identify the whole of city. Yes, it does identify that people down the corridor have concerns, but it's important that the state government be clean and come up with the actual business case that's required for public transport down the corridor. We have got a light rail system that currently goes to the hospital and to our universities, and we need to ensure that gets to the airport. So in this case, I'm supporting the recommendation.
Councillor Young.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and I want to acknowledge Councillor O'Neill for her brave stance in the circumstances with regard to this matter. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that we have progressed stage 1, 2 and 3 with the full support of the citizens of the city, and they've invested a lot of their money into this infrastructure over the years, and it would just be a great travesty if we didn't go ahead with stage 4. Likewise, we've had a significant investment from the federal government, and I cannot think of any other project that would attract that kind of investment into building our city, and I think that's really a critical aspect of this whole thing. Not just building a tram line, it's something that attracts and supports the development of the city, and it's meant to be in a very economical way, or I should say ecologically sustainable way, and that was the key objective, to ensure our roads are not congested, that we don't rely upon excessive amounts of car parks in future developments, that we have clean air as a result of maximised utilisation of a public transport system. This is a great opportunity for us to link our city with Tweed and to integrate that into a substantial and meaningful SEQ city. And I'll just hark back to that federal government money. We would not get this investment for buses. We would not get it for taxi services or any of the other things that people mention. This light rail is the key infrastructure that they are looking for, and we've attracted their money in the past, and I think that's a key focus of where we have to be addressing in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hamill? Sure. Okay.
So, Mr Mayor, I just wanted to say that while I acknowledge Councillor Martin didn't support the advocacy for stage 4, a majority of councillors did. And it's absolutely appropriate that to deliver our advocacy efforts that we have evidence to support our position. That's what this survey did. It brought real data from across the whole of City, done in a qualitative approach to give us the evidence base to go to the state and federal governments of why this project should be supported. Mr Mayor, I've been disappointed by the suggestion from some former councillors that somehow this survey is inferior or wasn't warranted. That's been a real disappointment to me, especially when he would have been the main one to have used it in every speech in this chamber he could have going forward. Mr Mayor, 1.5 million users per month and growing. That's all the data I need. Send light rail to the airport and get it there now.
To close the... What's that, Councillor Castro?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm not speaking for or against, but I'm going to have to make it sound for, I guess, because otherwise you won't let me speak. But this really will be brief. I don't support the light rail. I never have. But all we're doing here is sending a survey so the state can be aware of what we've done. I can't vote against that because in the end we're just saying, hey, this is a piece of work we've done. You just need to have a look at it. So I can't vote against this. Read into that what you like. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councillors, just before I go to the mover for closed, I just want to highlight that I normally don't speak about it that much because I don't want to highlight how well we did. But right through stage 1, 2 and 3, underground service has been renewed. That is stormwater, sewerage, and water. We even put in high fibre optics, so that from stage 1, 2 and 3 now, that underground service is brand new and will be there for another 50 years. And my point here is that for the South to miss out on renewal of these services, you are going to cop the breakdown of these services because they're at the end of life. They were end of life before. And each 10 years goes past, whether it's a light rail or not, those roads are going to be dug up. It's just fact. And with the AI that we'll employ about trying to get to various weakness points throughout our city, the opportunity we would miss if we don't do the deal on the light rail. Because, in a way, when we signed up and we spend our 11%, a lot of that money is used to do services underground, and it's included in the 11% price. You just couldn't even do it for the 11%. So from that infrastructure alone for future generation, regardless whether you for the right rail or not, you've got to take that into consideration for the renewal. And being a city that has the latest or the cleanest infrastructure underground all the way along the whole city, people will look back going, gee, we absolutely grabbed the opportunity. And when it went through Service Paradise, those services were not in the area that it was marked. So that's why a lot of things had to move because they were so old. And the other comment I'd like to make is when people said, oh, there's not enough room to go down Palm Beach, if you have a look at the width of Surface Paradise, it's even smaller. So if you can go through Surface Paradise with the light rail, you can go all the way down to the airport. There's no section that's smaller than Surface Paradise itself. And the last bit I will say is that if people in the South were against light rail, they should have jumped up and down in 2009, 2010, like Councillor Castro, that to stop it from the beginning, because people who lived in Division 1, 2 and 3 has gone through the pain. And now that it's now going to be their turn to get the pain, they don't want it. So I'd say that it's not really fair to the rest of us where we warn it. I mean, I had a resort that people couldn't get into for months on end and I can show you the drop in revenue. But you know what? I voted for light rail because it's the right thing to do for the city. And end of the day, the gain is worth the pain. It's a bit like pregnancy, you know? The gain is worth the pain. In my case, it's really worth. Anyhow, Councillor Gates.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to use your pregnancy analogy in a different way, where you've often said you can't be half pregnant, and stopping now is kind of like being half pregnant, isn't it? I just wanted to say that I moved the recommendation at committee, and primarily because, as you've just suggested, this has always been one project, one single project spread into stages. So it's been split into stages, both for delivery and affordability. And to stop now would be ludicrous, and especially when we have 1 million people per month using it today. So this was spoken about at great length at the Transport Forum just last Friday that was conducted by the Central Chamber of Commerce. And indeed, John Witherup actually spoke to exactly what you've mentioned today about the need for replacement of the underground services. So that is clear, that is fact, and it's also fact that we need to keep going.
Okay. Councillor Tozer to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still reeling from the first vote in 13 years that I think Councillor Castro could be perceived to be voting with the light rail. I'm finding that just still quite a shock to my system. Mr. Mayor, there's nothing that I can say that hasn't already been said. There's clearly some strong support for the light rail and frankly for this survey as well. But I just wanted to point people who are watching online and the chambers just to the final element of the resolution we're proposing today. It's that you write to the Premier and Prime Minister providing a copy of the Gold Coast Light Rail Community Representative Research Report for the information of the state and federal governments. Frankly, there's no way this project can be delivered without their support, and I appreciate there's some strange narrative happening at the state level right now about whether it's going to go ahead or not, and I don't quite get that given how supportive some of their strongest advocates against are now. But there's still strong support across, I'm sure, in the state government, and frankly, I know that the federal government cares about that too. You know, they've snapped up the cash multiple times now, and I know that both the state and federal government will be really reassured to see that this research, which is reflective of our whole population, is soundly supportive of delivering this project right to the airport. And frankly, it should give them no excuse not to come to the table and let's start talking about getting this job done. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Debate's closed. Division's call. You ready? Division's call. All in favour, show of hands.
Mayor Tate, Councillor Young, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Hemmel, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Lacastra, Councillor Doran, Councillor Tozer, Councillor Marshall, Councillor O'Neill.
Against?
Councillor Martin.
All right. The motion's carried. Super majority. Any other items to deal separately, councillors? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that all remaining recommendations be adopted.
Seconder, Councillor Gates. Yeah, okay. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Carried. Notice of motion. Mr. CEO, there's one, is it?
Yes, it's you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Oh, here we go, is it? Okay. All right, yep. Okay, then on the screen, this is a bit of housekeeping from 12 months ago. The council declare office deputy mayors vacant, and that in accordance with Section 165, Local Government Act, and consistent with Council Resolution on 5th of April, the Councillor Mark Hamill is appointed as Deputy Mayor effective from 8th of April. Councillor Gates.
Do you need a seconder?
Yes, please.
I would like to second it and speak if I may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say thank you to you for the opportunity I've had over the last 13 years I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues, and I also want to say thank you to the wider community. The last few weeks have been a really emotional time for me, primarily because of the level of support that I've received from the community. I mentioned the Central Chamber function on Friday where they presented me with a huge bouquet of flowers and acknowledged my service. And then I went to the Suns game on Saturday and it happened all over again in the most unexpected way. So I just want to make it clear to everyone what a wonderful opportunity it's been. My time's up and I want to get everyone in this chamber today behind your motion so that you can have your choice for Deputy Mayor and we all support your decision and get behind you so that our city continues to thrive.
Well, very nice.
Beautiful.
Anyone speak against the motion? All in favour show of hands. Against, carry, unanimous. Question on notice, Mr. CEO. Have you answered that one? Or
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, an answer has been provided and will be included in the minutes.
question was asked, answered in the minutes for people to see.
Mr Mayor,
Toes?
do we need to move a recommendation, or is it just?
I don't think.
When there's normally a question on notice and there's an answer, we don't normally have a resolution, but it looks like there's one on the table. So I'm not
Is
sure.
there a resolution?
If council is of a mind to, they can.
Yep, I'm happy to
move.
Second, Mr Mayor.
Seconder. Anyone speak against? All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Presentation of petitions. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just while this one gets up on the screen, can I just have a slight change of the wording? Just can't see it. Just after Blacksland Avenue, can I just have in brackets Silver Bridle Park, just so that it's very clear that that's where that situate is?
Okay, good.
Through you, Mr.
That was very quick.
Was that the name of the petition? Because usually, as long as that's in the name.
The petition name is actually 5 lines long, so I just thought I'd try and make it a little bit more succinct, Mr CEO.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm happy to move it like this. I just thought for clarity.
I'm happy with what you're doing. Keep going.
Okay, it was simply just to put in brackets after Blacksland Avenue what I read, Silver Bridle Park, if that's
Right.
okay.
So do you want to receive it or not?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. I was getting there. So I moved that the petition requesting council to leave the toilet block on Blacksland Avenue, brackets, Silver Bridle Park, in situ, be received and referred to committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Patterson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Next item, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting council include a pump track in the proposed redevelopment of Kerry Park be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder.
Yeah, we'll have that.
Councillor Tozer. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Taylor, next one.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting council review parking signage at Havana Quay, Broadbeach Waters be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Seconder, Councillor Young. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the petition requesting council save a popular tree on Murlong Park in Palm Beach be received and referred to a committee for consideration and report.
Which one was the popular one?
It's a cottonwood tree right on the edge of the Talabudger Creek.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Patterson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Item 15, general business. Nil. Item 16, other business. 16.1, presentation, Tropical Cyclone Alfred, preparedness, response, relief, operation cleanup and recovery.
Could you excuse me 1 minute,
Mr Mayor.
Yes, okay. Does anyone else needs to go to the toilet? No? We'll keep going. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors, to provide an update today on our response to Alfred, early recovery work, including the clean-up. So from a snapshot point of view, this event was quite unique. We were looking at three hazards: a severe wind hazard, three different types of flooding. So we had storm tide, we had riverine flooding and overland flooding or flash flooding, with that cyclone, we also then had that storm tide scenario that was occurring. In the end, over the event total, we got 1,146 mils at Springbrook, 107 kilometre wind gusts, 320,000 semi-trailer loads of sand eroded over 52 kilometres of beach, a 12.3 metre wave setting a new record, some 2,800 SES jobs, and we received SES assistance from South Australia, from Central Queensland and other states. We had outages across the traffic light network. Many alerts were set out, which we'll talk to today, and 140,000 of our community out without power. The next video talks about if we would have got the forecasted conditions and what it would have looked like. So from a preparations point of view, we went early. When we got the first notification that there could be some tidal issues, we opened our sandbag stations immediately on Friday and Saturday, and that was based on the first Bureau Meteorology warning that this could occur. Obviously, as the track occurred, we reacted to that. We opened the sandbag stations again from Monday, and we moved the local disaster management group up to stand up on the 4th. Our first evacuation centre was opened at Runaway Bay, and then we offered a voluntary evacuation of South Stradbroke Island. Our beaches closed, our tourist parks, and of course the city has learnt over the last 5 to 10 years where our local recovery group stood up very early to start planning from the response. As the event escalated quite quickly, we saw more closures and we opened up evacuation centres. The city reacted very well, Mr Mayor, we've never opened 3 evacuation centres before. The city inspectorate stood up straight away and sent us 40 staff. We did just-in-time training and were able to stand those evacuation centres up, and we've learnt a lot from that. As the system continued on, we started to see those power outages, and that's something that we'd planned for around our public information and communications strategy. And then as the system passed, Operation Cleanup went live on the 10th of March. What we started to see, particularly around those peak things, or the peak operational times, was the evacuation action plans triggered at Loaders and Bigara and came really close to the evacuation of the downstream communities of that. The top right-hand corner was the estimated tracks, so there was a lot of forecast modelling that kept changing, and of course we thought that would come across on Wednesday, and Alfred continued to be quite fickle and turn back on itself and come back again. So in the end, crossing to our north, but certainly causing us some dramas. Mr Mayor, the sophisticated modelling that occurred during this event is testimony to the investment that's happened in this city. We won't just sit there and do 1 or 1.5 or 0.5 scenarios across the high tide. We were doing wave setup, we were doing storm tide levels, we were using live bomb radar. And what we know from the Christmas event is that we can lose power very quickly. So what we did with the community was we provided event flood maps. So that was flood map from riverine flooding, from storm tide, and using those models across that, we were able to update that. Those models were rapidly changing throughout that. In fact, one of the models had a significant 1.8 metre above, and we ran that model and we continued to refine it and provide that information to the community. The map on the right is the actual, it's not the actual, it's an indication map based on the satellite of the riverine flooding that we saw throughout that, and we're still collecting data and happy to provide an update back on that. So our beaches closed on the 5th and 6th of March. We saw damage early on South Stradbroke Island. Our sandbag stations were open, and just an absolute huge shout out to our city maintenance and construction crews that flipped literally from sandbag stations to closing roads back to sandbag. We had self-service sandbag stations as well, just responding through that. Our evac centres opened, as I said, early. We did Runaway Bay and then the other two. Again, a well-practiced and exercised by the city. We run the annual exercise, and we've learned a lot from the evacuation as part of our independent review that we're currently occurring. The 9th and 10th then saw the return of the rain as the convergence zone came back down, and we saw significant rainfall across particularly the north of the city overnight, and that then coming down through to the central part as well. So we continued to respond around that. Early on, we looked at our vulnerable community, and we looked at how do we assist with those communities, and we looked at Set Free Care and Burleigh Church of Christ, as well as the Malburke car park. Significant work, as you'd be aware, Mr Mayor, that in the LDMG around the Gold Coast Waterways Authority and the community on there, we connected through their network. So what the strategy was, use all the available networks. The Service Gold Coast team and the City Inspectorate again coming together with the work that they've been doing with these vulnerable communities. We literally just brought them into the local disaster coordination centre, and they responded extremely well. So our evac centres, we also then use them to transition to relief centres, and throughout that, and then be able to provide that. And that's not something we would normally do, but it became a logical sense, particularly where they were located. And then we stood up furthers, as Kath will talk to. So from an impact point of view, 2,887 SES requests assistance for the Alfred, 744 impacts detected by Queensland Fire Department and RFS, and 320 properties damaged, 161 from the storm, 11 landslides, 261 fallen lines, 1,061 fallen trees, and additional data there up on the screen. We talked about the rainfall total, so 1146 down to our lowest level at 475. So that's over that, and particularly that intense period of 24 to 36 hours. This next animation shows the power outages. So unlike the Christmas event, which was quite concentrated, particularly in the northern part of the city, we saw those power outages across the entire part of the city. We saw connections and then reconnection, and again, a huge amount of effort once again from Energex. Energex were very upfront from the start that this was going to be a regional impact, so they weren't going to be able to throw everything at it, as they did, because there was only 3 local governments really at Christmas. But what they did, and they were able to get 100% of the Gold Coast region reconnected as of Monday the 17th. So taking on again the learning from Christmas, that's why we went hard with those maps early, so people could actually plan, knowing in advance that this was going to be a 2 to 3 day event. This is just a small snapshot of the Local Disaster Coordination Centre, but that's in addition to our outdoor crews, our crisis administration crisis team, the community centre staff, the corporate support, everyone that just chipped in across that, but some amazing hours. From our public information and warnings capability, we've just continued to improve that as we've progressed over the last few years. This was the first event that Floodcast, which is the automated flood warning system that the council resolved a few months ago, was used, and we're able to tailor the warnings across a campaign that saw our Gold Coast alert subscribers grow from 16,000 before the event to just over 60,000 in 1 week alone. We did 16 emergency alerts, 30 Gold Coast alerts issued, and 1.1 million SMSs were sent during the event. There was 3.2 million views of our disaster and emergency dashboard and 50,000 app downloads of the City of Gold Coast app. From a media perspective, we got a cumulative reach of around 98 million. There was 14 media stand-ups during the event response and recovery, 16,217 calls to the contact centre with 7,228 emails received, and our top 4 inquiries were sandbags, flooding, property damage information and disaster. So again, that amazing work led by the Office of the CEO and Service Gold Coast, tapping into the systems that we've got to inform. And then we started progressing towards recovery. Thanks, Kath.
Thanks, Mark. So from a recovery perspective, we actually stood up the local recovery group a couple of days after we activated our disaster management team. And that ability for us to recover and plan for recovery early on really paid us in dividends. We were able to do some of that free thinking about how do we know we're going to deal with green waste, how do we know we're going to deal with all the impacts that would come. And so certainly we're going to have Ainsley and Matt talk about some of those recovery efforts in more detail. So what that allowed us to do was really early recovery work, and we were able to set up our evacuation centres into recovery hubs really quickly by working with the department, local government, water and volunteers. We were able to make sure that we had people on the ground doing our impact assessments, making sure we really understood the different type of things that are happening in the environment, in our infrastructure, our human, social and our economic areas. And getting all that information together allowed us to really think about how do we help the Gold Coast recover from such an event. In terms of the impacts, obviously, and most of you are across these, over 80% of our natural environment had some type of damage. So a cyclone and a severe wind event was obviously going to significantly impact our natural spaces, and this was very evident early on. There's some numbers there which I think, just show that it was, and the maps that Mark also showed, is that impact was across the whole of the city. So compared to the Christmas storm events where we had quite strong severe winds, it was in quite a targeted area. This event was a whole of local government area event, and we were able to see that through all the SES jobs, all the QFES jobs that were across the whole of the city. And that was unique for us because it meant we had to ensure that we were doing recovery for such a broad range group of different people and different areas. In terms of our infrastructure, as you're aware, we had significant infrastructure damage along with the environment damage. And certainly from our subgroup, we had people on the ground working through particularly things such as landslips, as well as making sure our roads were assessed before they were open. And certainly one of the challenges that we have when we have events and we go into that early recovery work is that we need to make sure things are safe first before we keep them open. And again, same as Mark said, we had some amazing people on the ground from multiple agencies, but including local government who were there, our council workers supporting those. From an economic perspective, it was very clear early on that all of the video imagery of all the scarping on the beaches was having an economic impact for the Gold Coast. So it was, people wanted to share that, and it was on social media everywhere. And what we saw informally very quickly was that people were making decisions about the Easter school holidays, where they might go, and making decisions not to come to the Gold Coast. So we were very fortunate that the CEO did some work with Invest Gold Coast, and as you are aware, came up with a plan for the economic recovery, and that's obviously the Love Your GC program, and which has been promoted at the moment and is significantly doing really well, as I understand. So certainly from an economic perspective, we also made sure we surveyed the small businesses. So we looked at the high end of town, but we also looked at the small end of town as well. And there was a lot of impact in terms of being closed. You can see there even in terms of tourism, we had lots of different impacts across the whole of that area. From a human and social, we obviously had a compounding effect. Some people have been impacted, obviously, from the Christmas storm events, and we're now going through another severe wind event as well. So some significant impacts. Obviously, as Mark mentioned, we also looked at how do we continue to support our vulnerable communities during this event, and how do we help those recover. And again, working with other agencies to make sure we've got a really strong plan on how this can happen. The department who do the recovery hubs and also do the the financial hardship assistance actually provided us some data on Friday, so they give us to on a regular basis. They've now spent over $40 million on grants for the Gold Coast alone, which just goes to show how much of an impact this event had for Gold Coasters. As we mentioned as well, supporting our people experiencing homelessness, we had some places there for them, and we had some significant overnight stays. So what does this mean from a little bit of a recovery perspective? It means that our recovery hubs continue to be busy. They're actually still open at the moment, and they remain open until Friday. We did an additional pop-up one, and this is how this data and information allows us to understand how do we give this early recovery effort to the Gold Coast where they need it. And you can see here there's been significant visitation to the actual recovery hubs. So yes, they are led by the Department of Local Government, Water and Volunteers. However, what they do, they're in a city venue, and we also make sure we have other agencies. We have Insurance Council come, I think Telstra at one of them. So they really become a place where the community can go to actually get any type of recovery support that they need. In addition, and I think this is one of the really great news stories that we had out of this event, was we had the concept for the first time of chill-out zones. So when you have such a broad geographical location of needing help, then you really need a community to help community. And what we did is we tapped into the multi-faith network, as well as some of the other smaller places, and we actually had this additional chill-out zone where people could actually go to actually get that additional support, particularly when they were still having the power outages, as we saw earlier. They just needed somewhere to go. These were completely supported by themselves, so they had different services depending on what they could do. But it was a really great news story, and I think probably in conjunction with the other one that came out of this event was up at Springbrook, who are a very resilient community and set themselves up there as well in terms of having Starlink, having someone bake food and so forth. So some really great examples of that building in and supporting each other. So one of the biggest challenges we have with events like this was obviously it wasn't just a power outage, it was a comms network outage. And so we've had to start developing new strategies in early recovery where we know people may not even know where to go for recovery help. So one of the ways that we do that is through door knocking. And this, again, is a really great news story because it's actually City using our own staff and diverting them from non-essential services where we can, and they're actually going out and knocking on people's doors to make sure that they feel supported and if they need any help. This is also supported by other volunteer agencies, and we even had the Surf Lifesaving Queensland in their yellow and red out there knocking on doors and checking if people are okay. So it's a pretty amazing way that people are supporting during that early recovery efforts. Now, one of the main ones that we did was obviously cleaning up. So I'm going to pass over to Ainsley, who's going to talk about Operation Cleanup.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Operation Cleanup, I think we called it 2.0, was once again stood up, and it was stood up primarily to assist Gold Coast residents with their waste disposal needs in the aftermath of the cyclone. So we built this program up around 4 pillars. The first priority being to restore regular curbside collection services, which had been suspended on the Thursday prior to the cyclone crossing the coast. So by that Sunday, JJ Richards had a fleet of front lift trucks, which did a run along the coastal strip, picking up bulk bins from high-rise apartments. And if you recall, Sunday was still, the weather was horrible, it was still windy, it was bucketing rain, and there were still thousands of homes without power. So we had JJ Richards staff in trucks driving up and down and lifting bins. In addition to this, they also dropped off 100 skip bins at numerous locations across the city to service those customers who had missed out on their pre-cyclone wheelie bin collection service. So that was on the Sunday, and what made that all the more remarkable was that Reedy Creek landfill was the only landfill in southeast Queensland open on that Sunday. So the trucks needed somewhere to take the waste, supermarkets needed somewhere to take their perishables, the hospitals needed somewhere to take their medical waste, and Reedy Creek landfill was there and open.
By Monday, normal wheelie bin services had recommenced across the city. The next priority, which is the next one down, was to prepare ourselves for an inundation of green waste from residents across the city. So what this program was all about was supporting our 12 waste and recycling centres across the city, which on the map are the red, dark orange sort of balloons on the map, and augmenting them with 5 temporary residential waste disposal sites, which are marked in orange with a T on there. What this did was provided 15 options on the Gold Coast mainland for residents to take their disaster-related waste, both green waste and other hard waste. In a demonstration of the resilience of Gold Coasters, over 77,000 residential vehicles self-hauled their disaster waste to one of the 15 sites in the first 15 days post the cyclone. And this was approximately a 30% uplift in a normal 15-day trading period for our waste and recycling centres. In the 3 weeks that we had the 5 satellite sites open, they took about 10% of the vehicle load or the vehicle count, which absolutely met our expectations in terms of distributing the load, ensuring that we only had minimal queuing and that no waste and recycling centres had to close during that period of time. For residents that were unable to self-haul their disaster waste, FlexiSkip was the city's bulky curbside collection solution. So prior to the cyclone, the city had in its possession 11,500 of the blue FlexiSkip bags. In the 15 days post-cyclone, in the first 15 days, 11,200 of these were ordered by residents. An absolutely massive uptake. And these blue bags were free in addition to the regular 1 service per year for eligible customers. The service actually had such a huge uptake that our stock of bags has now been completely depleted and unfortunately will interrupt normal services with the next consignment of bags expected in the middle of next month and for regular services to resume again. So the city's focus now, in partnership with Handel, who runs this program, is to collect thousands of big blue bags from across the city that have been neatly stacked and are waiting on the curbside for collection. And lastly, the city launched the assistance program for vulnerable residents, partnering with Disaster Relief Australia and Global Care to assist vulnerable Gold Coast residents with the cleanup of both their home and the immediate surrounds of their home to make them safe and accessible. So during the period of time that the form was open, we received 181 applications, and so far 122 vulnerable Gold Coast residents have been assisted, and the rest will be completed over the coming days. So a dashboard was created so that we could track our daily progress with Operation Cleanup. And the first 3 tiles we've already discussed, but if we go to the 4th tile on the right, the green one, which talks to more the broader citywide green waste cleanup. So that's really focusing on cleaning up our parks, our open spaces and our road reserves. So at the point in time that these slides were put together, there were 3,048 work orders created for city maintenance crews or infrastructure maintenance crews to go around and clean up the streets in our city and all of our parks. At that point in time, we had completed around 40% of that program. The latest update as at today, we've now completed 48% of the program, so nearly halfway there. We expect there's another 5 weeks, weather pending of course, which would bring it to a conclusion around the 11th of May. And before handing over to Matt for a beaches update, just wanted to finish with a couple of photos of community resilience in action. So we had all manner of cars, utes, trailers, and even a couple of boats loaded up with green waste, which is a true demonstration of community resilience and getting it in and getting the job done as soon as that cyclone had passed. So the photo on the top left is the Firth Park temporary residential waste disposal site in the first weekend of opening. And Firth Park actually was the most popular of the sites by vehicle count and had good consistent numbers over the 3 weeks, with a lot of green waste being generated from that area. So a credit to our partners, J.R. Richards, to our traffic controllers and our city staff for a wonderful job with those satellite sites. And with that, I'll hand over to Matt or Mr. CEO.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just as we're doing the handover, there are a lot of unsung heroes throughout the cyclone response, but I want to call out specifically our staff who worked at the waste transfer stations. I had the opportunity to visit some of them during the response, and there were our staff and contractors who were there, Mr. Mayor, who had damage to their own property but had stayed at the waste transfer station to ensure that they stayed open. Just a great example of the spirit and the way the staff responded.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question, if I might, through you. I think your report suggested that 7,934 flexi bags have been distributed. But did you not say there's been application for 11,200? So did we stop distributing them because of the need to collect what is distributed?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor Gates, through you, Mr. Mayor. Those numbers have jumped up again in the time that I did this presentation. So 11,500 have been ordered. 7,900 have been delivered. There are still some outstanding for delivery, but at the moment we only actually have about 300 presented to be collected. So what's critically important here is that once you've filled your FlexiSkip bag, you need to register it for collection. So our contracting partner, Handel, are actually able to collect around 1,200 a week.
Right.
So that would put on a course to get it all done in about 5 weeks' time. Which is great, but we need residents to register them for collection.
So what do we do if people are hoarding them, so to speak, and they're not actually using them? How do we manage that?
Through Mr. Mayor, I might throw that question over to Chris, if that's okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that can be a problem even during normal operations, Councillor. We do actually ask for a credit card as part of the ordering process, so we do have an avenue of recourse rather than people using those for whatever purposes they want, but we want them out on the streets and used for what they've been designed for.
Mm.
You done?
All done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to give an update on the beaches restoration program, which was stood up as part of the Tropical Cyclone Alfred response. So we've all seen the pictures, we've all seen the videos, we all know the impact on the beaches. There are some lovely stats on here, but I would just like to focus on a few of these for discussion because they're really important. So this first one, the wave heights of up to 12.3 metres were recorded at Main Beach. That's the highest that has been recorded in history of that wave buoy, and it's important to note that the wave buoy was actually taken out by that wave, and the storm kept going. So we do not know what that maximum wave height was off the coast. It could have been much higher. So that's a very important stat to know in that one. 4 million metres cubed of sand was lost, 32 kilometres of beach scarping on the mainland, not including South Stradbroke Island, with 11 kilometres of severe scarping, up to 6 metres in height. Now, while that's a shocking photo for the media and for people around the country to see, it's important to realise that's a great success for the City of Gold Coast, because the alternative to seeing that big sand scarp is exposure of that seawall, and that's more infrastructure falling in. So it's important to note that the incredible investments made over the last 10, 15 years particularly, with coastal management and getting those sand volumes in front of the A-line, really helped us through this event. Now, the other impacts on that was obviously our beaches closing. So we had 28 beaches closed. The city's northern beaches were those most impacted by the cyclone, and we had some damage to our coastal infrastructure like our Currumbin and Tallabudgera training walls. Due to these impacts, we stood up for the first time the Beaches Restoration Program. Now, this program was 3 phases. The first phase being safe and accessible beaches, and that's ensuring that everybody can enjoy a beaches experience. Phase 2 was beach restoration works, which is all about getting that sand volume back up to pre-tropical cyclone Alfred levels. And phase 3 is our long-term coastal resilience, and that's really looking at our long-term management plans on how we manage this in the future to prevent this sort of actions from taking place again. So when I made these slides, phase 1, safe and accessible, was 100% complete. That was at the end of last week before we had some high tides and some long period wave swell, which took out the access ways in a few beaches. So phase 1 was about getting lifeguards back to the beach, getting the public back to the beach, clearing debris, making access ways safe again, roping off access ways that were dangerous, making sure our water quality was safe for swimming, getting the alerts out there so people are keeping safe and away from scarps, as well as knocking all those scarps down. So there was a number of different gateways for a beach to get through before we would consider that beach to be open. The other important thing that we were trying to do in this phase as well is to ensure that those events can continue. So the really important events such as the Aussies, the Surf Life Saving Championships that were on last 2 weeks, the Volleyball Championships which were on as well, which could all go ahead. We were really proud of that response, and we could not have done it without the LRG and the assistance of the DMU and all across the city, all those workers who mobilised to do this. This was the biggest response to anything on the beach that the city has done in its history, and it was really inspiring to be a part of. We had more than 60 on-ground workers, 12 excavators and 10 dozers the day after this program was stood up. So we came up with this program, the structure and everything on the Monday following the cyclone. Tuesday, 6 a.m, crews were ready. Crews were doing the job and fixing the beaches. It was an incredible response. Now, phase 2, which is that beach restoration works, getting the volumes back, we're already on track for that. So we have the dredge, which mobilised on Saturday. We have the Surfers Paradise backpass system, and we have our trucking of our sand down from our stockpiles to recreate the access and protect the infrastructure in those areas. Phase 3, our long-term coastal resilience, this is also underway. So you may remember a report that I brought to TIC last year talking about the Northern Beaches Protection Program and the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme. So both of those works are underway at the moment, which will be brought back to Council this year for endorsement. Now, the outcomes of this, so 90% of the beaches will reopen within 5 days of that group standing up on the Monday. 100% of the beaches will reopen with 17 days. Obviously, that has changed since then, and we're back down to about 80 to 85%. In terms of kilometres of open beach, we're at 30 of 32 kilometres open. So it's a fantastic result from everyone involved to do that. So we still have work to do in Main Beach and Narrow Neck to keep those beaches open until that sand comes back. So we achieved in days what would have taken months without the additional support of those groups. We had 3,500 tonnes of debris and rubbish removed from the beach, which is 10 times more per day than pre-Tropical Cyclone Alfred. We had 17,000 metres cubed of sand trucked in to Hickman Street stockpile to recreate access ways and to protect the Surfers Paradise hardstand. We had the dredging vessel engaged. We had 2.5 million social media post views, 21,000 likes and comments, and 1,500 shares. We had 48,000 city app downloads during that time, and we usually get about 3,000 to 4,000. We had over 1 million live beach camera streams from the 7th to 10th of March, which is an increase of 1,000% on BAU. So everybody was watching the waves, everybody was watching what was happening on the coastline. In terms of our long-term planning, I've touched on this earlier before, our coastal lifestyle strategy, which was at Traffic and Infrastructure Committee last week and at Council today. We've got the development of the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme, which falls under that strategy for coastal protection, and the Northern Beaches Protection Program, which is a key outcome of the Gold Coast Beaches Resilience Scheme to bring resilience permanence to our northern beaches. And I'll pass back to Kath. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So whilst we're doing all of our early recovery work what we also do is then formalise that into a recovery plan for the event. And what we do is, first of all, we take all of the damage and those impacts assessments I spoke about earlier, and then we actually write a recovery plan that talks about not only early recovery, but medium and long term. So similar as Matt just explained in the beaches space, across the whole of our recovery, we need to think about not just early, but medium and long term. And the reality is that it will take us years to recover from this event fully. We still have recovery plans that are going from 2022 rain events, obviously the Christmas storm event as well. Those are long-term recovery activities happening. So once we've created that recovery plan, we put that out to community, and at the moment this is where we are today. We are out for community consultation because it's really important that the recovery plan resonates with the community. So at the moment we are asking for their feedback. We have given early recovery a nice milestone obviously of now, the school holidays, but absolutely lots of ability to give us that feedback on the medium and long term and how we should recover from that. There are actually 60 different activities that we have called out for this event to recover, which just goes to show how much work we still have to do. Once we receive that, we incorporate it. We will then provide an updated version of that recovery plan that will go to our local disaster management group, which Mr Mayor chairs. And once that has been endorsed, that will go out to the community. And then similar to the Christmas storm events, we have a recovery dashboard where the public can actually track and see how we are progressing against that recovery plan. And that's available for them to see ongoing. And that's us. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. General question. I beg your pardon. A very impressive presentation. I appreciate it very much. And I'll speak briefly to that. I just want to recognise the officers in the room here in particular and the leadership that the CEO displayed through that period, and yourself and the Deputy Mayor. I mean, we're a really fortunate city to have the Disaster Management Centre and to have trained teams who are able to activate the plans that have been put into place. And the recovery's been just brilliant. There was a huge amount of anxiety, as you know, in the community in the approach of TC Alfred, but I think we've accommodated the concerns of the community pretty quickly. I just had a question which is about parks and playgrounds. How many % of those are open, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, as I understand, 100% of our parks are actually open at the moment, but thank you. Except for the botanical gardens, those parks may have areas that are closed off if they still got infrastructure damage within them, but the parks are open.
Thank you. So that's all. The playgrounds have been inspected, the shade sails have been made safe, and all of the infrastructure there has been determined to be accessible by the public?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no. So I think what the Director is saying is that they've all been assessed. We've physically opened all of the parks. We still have a number of playgrounds out. I know there's one, and I drive past my place every day that we will get to. I'm happy to take the specifics on notice, Mr Mayor, and circulate that to councillors out of session.
All right. Our question, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And first of all, I'd just like to say I think any city in the world would be very proud of the efforts that this organisation has done. It's been quite exceptional. So thank you to everybody. The one area that I am left with concern is not actually our responsibility, but I do wish to raise it here. And in part of the recovery plan, perhaps we can consider how we do that for next time. And that is with regard to the state support and services for rough sleepers. So we did a great job in ensuring during that cyclone, people who were the most vulnerable living outside had a roof. What we didn't have then was any strategy. So we had all those people, normally rough sleepers, in one place. The data management opportunities alone were significant. And since the cyclone, we're seeing a really significant change in how rough sleepers are operating and behaving in our parks. One of them, there is a question, Mr Mayor, so that One is that there's very sophisticated tents around now that weren't around before the cyclone, and I've even got a full-on wedding gazebo tent in one of my parks. So these were somehow provided to people during their stay in those areas. I don't know where from. It wasn't from the city. But my question through you, Mr. Mayor, is are there recommendations we could make to the state to say, can you take the opportunity when you've got all these rough sleepers in the room, and what is your strategy post that on what you do? Because it's a gap, we've missed it, and we now have new issues to deal with.
Mr. CEO.
So, thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So, a few things. So, I think you've started in the right place, which is that our responsibility was to house them during the emergency, which I think we did incredibly well with the help of Queensland Police. And I think the way you've characterised the end of the incident and moving into recovery is pretty accurate as well. We have provided express feedback to, his name's just jumped out of my head, the person who's doing the review. Thanks, help me, Kath.
Yellow.
Sorry?
Yellow is the name of the company doing our review.
Yeah, no, the person who's doing the review on behalf of the Queensland Government. We met with him with the Mayor.
Sorry, the State Recovery Coordinator, O'Connor.
Yeah, State Recovery O'Connor, we've met with him. He asked us specific questions about this issue. It is absolutely consistent across jurisdictions in South East Queensland, and we've provided him with that feedback, and I expect, Councillor, you can expect to see in his report that there will be a reflection on how we could deal with this better. When I say we, I mean the general we, particularly the Queensland Government, can deal with this better for similar events. Thanks, Kath.
Okay, question, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last Tuesday, Ainsley provided all councillors a report that identified the work orders that had been lodged so far, and then a progress report. That report I've used in probably dozens of emails to people. I wondered if it's something we could resolve to do relatively regularly until that process. It's been so good to see everything that's been done, but it'd be fair to say that, and particularly in the hinterland, there's lots and lots of trees on the sides of streets that are even just with trees in, and that information really helps people understand the sheer volume of work. So I don't know if I need to ask you, Mr. Mayor, or the CEO, but if that report could be given to councillors either maybe weekly or each 10 days, that'd be really helpful.
I'm happy to provide it every 10 days until the completion.
Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Lacastro.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too, like everyone here, would just like to thank the officers for the outstanding work that they did through this extreme weather event. Really just magnificent, each and every one of you, led ably, as Councillor Young said, by the CEO. Just amazing to see how you reacted so quickly, so calmly, and we're very, very appreciative for everything you did. One question, or two questions actually. Botanic Gardens. I'm getting a lot of calls on the Botanic Gardens, and I've just explained to people that, hey, exactly what's happened there. Does anyone have any rough sort of estimate as to when that might be open? Not that I'm going to go out and say anything to the public, because if I do, it means that, it won't be, and then they go, well, you said it'd probably be open whenever. But I'd just like to know if we've got any sort of indication. And also...
I can answer that one if you like first. So, okay. We're in open, Councillor, so anything I say will be reported as well. What I can do is give you an update. We're in open, so I'm not going to give you a date without knowing, but within the next 24 to 48 hours, we'll have an estimated date, which we'll make public and we'll provide to you.
Great.
For when we think it's going to be open.
Thank you. And the second one was 1,061 trees down. I know we weren't expecting there to be, at one stage, as many trees as we had down in the Christmas New Year. Was it 700 and something in the Christmas New Year, or was it... So it was substantially more in the end. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I remember those figures.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's broadly correct. We have, and off the back of the last council meeting where we've got the resolution to have a look at the trees that are in the corridor when it comes to power lines, we're going to have a lot of trees down. We're doing a lot of work with our environmental department about what are the right trees to put back. We're getting a lot of questions about whether we're going to put like for like back. I make this general observation in open with everyone watching that in all of my travels around the city in the last few weeks, there are certain species that have come down and there are certain species that have created the most damage. And I think we need to be very honest and open about that. And we won't be putting the same trees back where we think the same risk applies.
Okay. Councillor Peter Young.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had one final question. So one of the biggest vulnerabilities obviously was telecommunications. And I wonder if through you might ask Mr. Ryan to respond to that issue, because I know he's been undertaking some evaluation. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, before Mark speaks, can I make a general point that I think, broadly speaking, Mark and I have talked about this quite a bit, the telecommunication networks, when you consider the size of outage, the size of event, actually held up pretty well. There were areas where there were minor blackouts, but if you look at the network from end to end, you look at the size of the storm, we would have been in a world of pain even more if we didn't have the telecommunications network in place. We worked very closely with the two major providers. And as a long since retired technologist, I would say that I think the technology, whilst a bit creaky and sort of held together actually held together incredibly well when you consider the size and scale of the event.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The telecommunications, there was one difference from the Christmas storm was there was a period where we lost the government wireless radio network. So that's police, the city, ambulance. Queensland Police were phenomenal in sending the riot squad effectively down from Brisbane to cut into that site to restore that. And we had that back in line within but in relation to the technology and power resilience, it's a piece of work that that Mr. Mayor would like to bring forward to Council in the coming months. We know that we've invested around Springbrook and we had the Starlink installation, and we were able to communicate effectively with Generation and Starlink with that community throughout the event. And we want to explore satellite communications and power, as Mr. Mayor's indicated to us, as an action item to look forward to.
Starlink. Okay, any other questions? Well, thank you very much, team. As you can see, the city is in as safe as hands it can be, and we work pretty close, don't we? Everyone sort of hand over things with just communication-wise, faultless. So congratulations, team, and pass it on to the rest of the team. Our appreciation, please. Thank you. Right. Councillors, on 16.1, there's a motion here. I move that the presentation be noted. Seconder, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. Right. 16.2, Audit and Risk Committee membership update. Everyone's read that? Right, just a second. Everyone's read that? Just checking. Just want to check with Councillor Joe Wilkinson. Are you ready to get onto that board? I'll add it onto the to this motion.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
if you're happy.
All right, so can you add 3 that Council approves the appointment of Councillor Joe Wilkinson replacing the Mayor on the Audit and Risk Committee, full stop. Main reason, Councillor, I have been on a lot of boards lately, including the Olympics and Experience and Invest. Just got to share the love. Yeah, it is.
No,
Replacing. Okay. And just for noting, I'll be appointing Councillor Curtis to the Gold Coast Waterway Authority, and I thank outgoing Councillor Patterson for her work and effort on that board, and So under the Local Government Act, I'm able to go ahead and appoint, and I had Councillor Curtis available and happy to take it on board. We're good there. Anyone speak against? Councillor Patterson.
Mr. Mayor, I have another addition that I'd like to suggest, change recommendation.
Yep.
Which, if we may add that. So on page 53, this is open, right? Yep. On page 53, 5.3, it's relating to ensuring that there's staggered tenure on the board, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So currently we do not have staggered tenure as is noted as ideal and recommended at the top of page 53. Through you, I have discussed this with Mr. Walker, and if we were to, so you'll see in that table, 2 of the members have already had their tenure extended, and Karen Prentice hasn't. So my recommendation would be that an extension of tenure be offered to Karen Prentice.
Okay, Mr. Sear.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to speak to this, but in order to do so, we'll need to go into closed under Section 3F of the Local Government Act because it relates to the specifics of an individual.
Yes, okay. Yeah, move to close. Councillor Tozer. Second, Councillor Martin. All in favour, show of hands. Against. Motion carries. 1 and 2, and where's the 3 gone now?
It's there.
Right, do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Tozer.
Mr Mayor, I have a foreshadowed motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So the foreshadowed motion would be those 1, 2 and 3 and include a 4th with the extension to tenure. Thank you.
All right. Anyone speak against the first motion? The actual motion? No? I'll put to the vote. All in favour, show of hands. Against? Motion carried. Right, we go to draft Gold Coast 2032 Legacy Strategy.
Yes, Trish.
Calling Trish. Okay, we're in open.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Cherry will be presenting for the Legacy Strategy
wonderful.
today.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon. For those who I've not met, my name is Cherry Windsor and I'm a Program Manager. Oh, have I? Thank you. I am a Program Manager in the City's Games Coordination team. The Legacy Strategy is a whole-of-city strategy that needs us to play our part with our partners and entities. The Legacy Strategy builds on the Legacy Framework, which was adopted by Council in December 2022. It moves us from the why to the what. The strategy outcomes are the aspirations from the framework. The measures are primarily endorsed Council Plan measures, and the actions primarily reflect those which are from our existing strategies and plans, but those that are most tightly coupled to the legacy themes and outcomes. These actions are the ones that we propose to focus on when seeking to look for underlying projects or initiatives that could be enhanced, accelerated, or undertaken to contribute to legacy. These are the principles that we have applied in developing the legacy strategy. What I'd like to call out is that as the city matures and our aspirations evolve, so too will this strategy. We will review this strategy annually with updates provided to Council as part of our annual State of the Games report. If the strategy is endorsed today, our next steps will include using it to advocate for Gold Coast outcomes as our contribution to the broader Brisbane 2032 Legacy Program, and using it to guide the focus for our implementation plan. To close, the legacy strategy is an important foundation for our legacy planning. It is a lens we propose to use to identify and further evaluate legacy opportunities. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I just wondered, given that we're going to get annual or periodic reviews, and given that you're going to be having to advocate for the city, and I'm thinking especially of the arena project, would it be worthwhile to indicate that we would like you to propose a public-private partnership? Because it's not mentioned anywhere in the documentation that we have when we look at the legacy strategy from the state government and their proposal. It refers consistently to fully funded by council. And I don't know how you feel about that, or how everyone around the chamber feels about that, when I think we've been supportive of a public-private partnership for the development of an arena. And so I just wondered how you would feel about stipulating that so that you can advocate moving forward.
I think that'd be great, but I'd probably like to add it into the 16.4 in that from because continuation on the 100-day review, next item, and then because that's mentioned there, and then we'll add the advocacy on PPP. Okay. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a few questions. My first is regarding page 59, which I believe is a question I can ask and open. So on 59, the newly created notion, so if you look at the table and then there's an asterisk that suggests that there's been a newly created action since adoption of the framework to meet an outcome. Can I confirm, I don't remember, was that determined by council or was that an administrative change?
Trish, do you want to answer that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Those actions that are asterisked in that table reflect where there was a gap in sort of the strategic planning landscape when we did the marry up between the actions that were stipulated in the framework itself to the outcomes. So it's really just a true up of actions to meet the outcomes.
So, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just not clear on the answer to my question. So my understanding is that legacy strategy was adopted by council by resolution, but and I'm understanding that edit to it was not adopted by council. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I'm okay to answer. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The legacy framework was adopted by council. So there is a copy of the framework in the attachments. They speak to the aspirations and then outcomes. We have taken those outcomes and turned them into the actual outcomes in the strategy document, supplemented by actions.
Ask a question.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm just not clear on this.
Yeah, okay.
So I understand the legacy, the framework was resolved by council. Was the legacy strategy also resolved by council? I just don't know why, if I'm understanding that it is actually different, why that didn't come back to council rather than strategy changes being made without us being made aware.
So, consistent with the way we do frameworks and strategies here across a range of areas, the strategy was approved. We then operationalised that by coming up with a series of operational tasks that need to happen in order to achieve that strategy. The operational component generally doesn't come to council. And so what we've done is we've taken the strategy, brought it to you, said this is the high level where we want to go. We want to go that way. And then what we do underneath it is we apply a whole heap of operational activities to get us there. And that is the role of the city administration. So that's what we've done in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. But what's being changed is not the operational framework document. It's the strategy that council endorsed. So again, so I think that's now the fourth time I've asked the question. A change of a document that's been endorsed by council is being suggested by an asterisk here and it's already been changed. But I'll leave that one. I have some other questions, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Is it all right? Okay, so...
Let me hear the question first.
Yeah, okay. On page 112, am I still in the right document? I am, right?
Sorry.
I thought that was a really effective and useful table, thank you. So identifying when we're a leader, when we're an advocator, when we're a partner. With regard to the extension of heavy rail, we're suggesting that there's a timing of 0 to 17 years for heavy rail to be implemented, and that's as us as partners and advocators. I might have missed something, but I'm not sure whether that's happening. And then the other thing was in a 0 to 5 year time frame, advocating for support for improved heavy rail travel time between Gold Coast and Brisbane. So if you could just comment on those, that'd be great. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the timeframes that are in this document, there's a few principles that have been applied. Firstly, for the ones that are 0 to 7 years, we're seeking to align them to obviously games time, so things that we might advocate and partner for or lead in time for the games. In terms of the two items that you've called out specifically, those were a result of consultation internally with our transport and infrastructure area, but they're also aligned broadly to the strategic horizons that were in those planning documents.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 123, with regard to us being the leader on engaging with a range of groups and diverse communities and young people in the creation of meaningful and arts and cultural programming, I'm just concerned again that we are taking over responsibilities which really are the responsibilities for the state. And I'm wondering why we've identified that we would be the leader on that, and why wouldn't we in fact be an advocator for state funding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think in practice, when it comes to community art, we operate in both spaces. We have a community arts fund that's funded by Experience Gold Coast. We have a community arts program that's funded within Service Gold Coast. And of course, we work closely with the state government. So I can understand the logic about putting it in both. But you are absolutely right, Councillor, that there is a role for us in advocating to the state for this. But right now, as we speak, we fund community art programs both through our entities and on the ground every day.
Yeah, I'll just add to that regarding art/festival. We, for the Commonwealth Games, we absolutely took the lead on that, and we had the advocacy of what we want to happen in our city. So I'd say that's one of the reasons why we want to be upfront about it, that we want input on our cultural and heritage. For example, I see, as we get close to the game, I see bleach being moved probably the week or the week before, the week after, or even splitting it, bookending the Olympic Games. And with that in mind, when people come to the Gold Coast, they'll come before the games to enjoy our Arts and Culture Festival, and the people who are keen on the sport, the first week of the sport, and then later on, most people don't stay the whole game, and then later on they'll want to go to see athletics, for instance, and they'll see that there's festival and things to do towards the end of the game, and they'll stay longer. So that's my take on it, but it doesn't stop that we don't advocate to do additional ones with the state government. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree wholeheartedly with your comments, and I think that they are both covered in the first 2 points of outcome 4.3. And it would be my preference if we didn't include the third outcome of 4.3, and that would be something rather that either EGC considers or that we consider separately in a council agenda item.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I was a little intrigued, to be honest, on page 112, where our 1.1.1 and 1.1.2 and 1.2.1 all relate to public transport. And I appreciate that we need to advocate, but we supported this legacy program in advance of understanding the current state government's position on both light rail and heavy rail. And I can't help but think this is kind of outdated now, because not only is there a question on light rail 4 to the airport, and clearly there is a big question because it's been left out of the improvements suggested by the Premier just a week ago. There was no mention of funding for light rail for the benefit of the 2032 Games. So I don't quite understand why they remain our priority for advocacy and for legacy for our city when they perhaps may be unachievable. And at the Transport Forum, there was also a question raised or a statement made last Friday that heavy rail in the current circumstances cannot connect with the airport because of improvements that have been made to the M1 during the recent upgrade. I don't know if that's true or not, but it was made by one of the panel members at that forum. So here we are basing our prime advocacy targets on improved public transport, which we all know was the first reason for supporting an Olympic Games in this region, was to improve connectivity. So I don't dispute that that's the aim, but I just wonder how achievable it is for us as a city, given the stance taken by the current government, and how you're going to go advocating for that with this document.
Okay. There's two rails there. Heavy rails, I take that on board. Not much chance. Right. Light rail, that's my humble opinion. Okay. Yeah, it's 17. No.
The council might move on without you eventually.
No, I don't know. So, I could be a Mitch McConnell by then, you know.
Stay as long as you need to.
In your 90s.
So, light rail, well, depends how you take a read on it. It's a project, standalone project. Whether it's included in the Olympics, the governance, independence, infrastructure or not, that's up to G. Geiger, right? But from the city point of view, our light rail remains top priority. And if that's the case, I want it in the advocacy document so I can continue the advocacy part for light rail that we haven't changed. And I quote the Premier that a no option is not an option. So there will be a transport system connecting to the airport. They're doing consultation at the moment. I've seen a lot of consultation. I've seen a lot of business case from stage 1 through to 3. Every time it goes back and land on the light rail going straight down to the airport. Because to multi-mode change it, like the metro bus system that can look like a light rail, but connectivity between the two is going to be a different height anyway. So for people with mobility issue or elderly people, you know, it wouldn't surprise me to go from one platform to the other, they're going to trip. And safety-wise, I'd say don't do it. Meanwhile, you're going to have to turn around all those buses, wiping out the bowls club, which I'm really against. And people can say that, yeah, no, the bowls club's going to remain. Okay, well, show me how, because the person who says all that, darn sure hasn't got an engineering degree. And so show me on the drawing, that's all. So coming back to that, sometimes the simplest solution is the solution that's been there for 11, 12 years. And if that's the case, I think it helps me for advocacy if we leave the light rail on in this document. I get what you're saying, but I'm not taking it a no, I'm just taking it not now. So that after the consultation's done, maybe it's a now. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the heavy rail, I just wonder, noting this report, would you consider adding heavy rail to our advocacy projects? Because it's not currently on the list of advocacy projects for the city.
Well, both, I think it's too hard. You know, I mean, if you know, what I'm getting at is too hard in the way that get someone to price it, and you'll see it's 3 times the price of a light rail, right? And if they're already screaming that the light rail's too expensive, well, is going to be in the 20 of billions of dollars while they're spending money building infrastructure around the state for the Olympics. I can't see it happening before 2032, the heavy rail. And for me, even though I'm charged with advocacy, I won't be saying too much about it because, you know, I already know the answer, that it's not now. And is it not never? I don't know. Change of government, whatever. But right now, I can't see the heavy rail being in the picture, regardless of wherever document you put it into. Unless you know something I don't know. But anyway, Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on that note, I think that the idea that the timeframe is 0 to 17 years allows plenty of advocacy and still identifies heavy rail as an important, you know, legacy potential, but potentially not before the Games. My question actually relates to that loosely. We're about to adopt a document for legacy that uses timeframes of 0 to 7 years, and in 7 years it will be, you know, it'll be April of 2032 in 7 years. And my question is actually on page 114. We've got things like the Greenheart Sports Precinct and the Greenheart Event Quarter saying 0 to 7 years. I wanted to be assured by the CEO through you that it is deliverable to deliver both the sports precinct and the event quarter within that 7 year time frame, particularly in light of the conversations that we've had about Gilgai Road and some of those transport challenges. Part 2 of the question is on page 115, talks about the Gold Coast Regional Botanical Gardens Biodiversity Centre, which is an adopted project of council, and it says 0 to 4 years, and I want to be assured that it's in the CapEx program in the next 4 years.
So a few things. So firstly, before I go to the substance of the question, so one of the things that has changed in this space is the concept of pre-legacy.
Yes.
So the idea that, you know, I'll give you an example. If we were to do an upgrade to Carrara in the next 2 years in readiness for the Games, then you get the legacy now. You don't have to wait until the Games arrive. So that's why it's 0 to 7 years. Some of these projects, like hockey, for example, Councillor Wilson, we might be moving quicker on hockey now than we had originally thought because we know we're going to need that for the Games. And then to answer your other 2 questions, the first one about is it possible for those projects to be delivered in that timeframe? Yes, it is. The second one about is it in the forward for in our CapEx project for the gardens, then I'd suggest that's a matter for budget, and you'll see that as we go through the budget process.
Yep. So part 2 of my question then is, given that the 7 year time frame that we've identified in this report takes us right up to 2032, would it be appropriate for just to adjust 7 to 6 years, or is that necessary, or how do you, maybe it's a question to you, Mr Mayor, is 7 years really puts us right on the threshold of the Games? If we're serious about these being legacy items, those that are 7 years, I think they're there because we started writing this document 12 months ago, but we're just adopting it now. Is it better to adjust that to 6 years as we adopt it today?
No, well, 7 years right on the dot. It's really, my thing is, we want to do things a lot sooner.
Yes.
I agree with you, but you still got to live within your means. So that's a discussion really during the budget. They've got the target here from 0 to 7. If I know that we've got some savings and or good advocacy coming from the state, well, once we get that information, we can move the timeline closer. Until before that, I wouldn't want to put expectation. I'd rather have the expectation at 7 and deliver it earlier.
Great. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just a couple more, Mr Mayor. Outcome 3.1, the first one that's got a 0 to 2 year time frame, that sounds very exciting. I was just wondering how that one's going.
Yeah, well, it's a live. Sorry, I just had to read it. It's a live project, and it's one that we're looking at, and it is in. That is one I can say is in review, and it's part of our broader transformation inside the city. In fact, we had a conversation in closed very early this morning. Seems like it was a couple of days ago, where we talked about the opportunity for data centres. That's another example. So, yeah, it's definitely there.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. And then on page 119, I was just curious about the one where, and I assume that this document, yes, it's saying that we will We will partner and we will lead with collaborating with universities to create stories, develop key focus and activities. I'm just curious about whether this would not be a piece for brand GC or EGC. Pardon?
It's got double asterisks where it says leader role by Gold Coast City entity. It's got 2 asterisks on it. That's exactly
Where's the asterisk?
The asterisks are next to leader, and then the asterisk on the bottom says leader role by City of Gold Coast.
Oh, and that one, yes.
So that's exactly what you're saying is
Yes.
exactly what it is.
So the one I was referring to doesn't have the 2 dots, but it could. So the oh yes, it does. Thank you very much. Dots, tiny
Done.
asterisks. Mr. Mayor, I do. Yeah, that's
My pleasure. Right. Councillors, the motion before us, page 64. Move, Councillor Tozer. Second, Councillor Hamill. Anyone want to speak against? You want to close the for against?
kind of against.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just about process. I think we've just identified quite a few things that not necessarily aligned with council's view. I don't want to be asking for another council workshop.
Point of order. I don't believe it's not aligned with council's view.
Okay.
You need to be real specific on that if you want to go down that path.
Okay. Well, I do think that there's a number of things
Because
that
I don't want people in the city believe that as elected representative, we set out a policy, a view or whatever, and it's ignored by the administration side.
Yes, I don't have any doubt about it being ignored by the administration. My concern is that this has been developed from the administration's perspective without necessarily getting clarity. For example, advocating for and supporting extension of heavy light rail. This is the first time that I've heard that we've got that. When asked if you would put that on our advocacy piece, you've declined because you said, I think in your words, you can't see that we would get there. The other one
But
about
doesn't mean I don't disagree with the idea of having it on the advocacy from 0 to 17 years.
Yeah. I also think that there's some other ones there.
And when I say I'm not going to get there, it means I'm not going to be mayor when the light rail, when the heavy rail gets to the airport, I don't think.
Yeah, so Mr.
Right. No, just stick to what has the administration done that's not on our, that we basically, that's against our will.
Okay, so with the first point that I raised, our legacy strategy has been altered by the administration without endorsement from here. We may agree with it, we may not, but
Which one?
With regard to
Question, Mr. Mayor. This strategy is being adopted for the first time today.
Exactly.
Thank you. Just so we're clear. Great.
the 2032 legacy strategy.
This is the first time we've seen this piece, and there's no other formal resolution of council that addresses the legacy strategy. Am I right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So
the only one that was adopted before was the Commonwealth Game.
Yes, remember.
Where was that page that I just first referred to?
Is the
Mr.
clock
Mayor,
still ticking?
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's there. I have raised a number of issues where what we have done in the past is we have had a workshop or something to make sure that
I just
council's
asked
completely
you,
aligned.
tell me an item that
I have just raised five,
that the
Mr. Mayor.
CEO or his team has gone against our will.
I've just raised five where I think that there is something
let's
different.
repeat them.
Pardon?
Well, let's repeat them for people to hear.
Okay.
You've still got 10 minutes, within 10 minutes.
Okay. I don't know why I got too many stats. Okay, so page 59, Mr. Mayor, the legacy strategy key actions was since adoption of the framework, which is what I should probably refer to rather than legacy strategy, has been altered. and that is to include an additional element of heritage in it. The work on us being the main funder for local arts work rather than being as an advocator to the state on that, that is included. It's not something that I feel that this council has been aligned with previously. So there's just a number of things where I think it wouldn't have hurt to have it perhaps in a workshop format where we do assess these things. On the whole, Mr. Mayor, I will be voting in favour of it today because on the whole, one of my concerns is one of process.
When you stood up, I asked you, are you speaking against?
I am. I'm speaking against process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. To close?
Yes.
Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I close, may I ask one question?
Yes.
So my question is, I recall workshops about this. Question through you to the team. Could you just help me remember when those workshops were?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, workshops were held with councillors to create the legacy framework. The legacy framework has not been changed, as the CEO clarified. The actions where the framework outlined the aspirations and we sought through the strategic framework of council, so all of those other strategies and plans that you have all adopted previously, and pulled out those actions within those plans and strategies that aligned with the aspirations.
When was that done?
Sorry, that was before the 22 adoption of the framework, Mr. Mayor. Since then, we worked with the organisation to create the strategy in front of you, and then we went out and met with most of the councillors, briefed them and took them through everything that is presented today. So today is the endorsement of the one-page strategy and then noting of the actions underneath, which is as the CEO previously stated, is the operational aspect.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. That helped me clarify my points in my closing remarks. I'm actually really excited about the Olympics. You know, whatever you might think about whether it's the Brisbane or the Gold Coast or something, it's a Queensland Olympics, and it's so exciting for our city, having already got runs on the board with the Commonwealth Games, for us to be part of such an amazing, the largest event that will be held in the world in 2032. It's the biggest event in the world that year. It's going to be amazing. And I think one thing I really love about it as well is that having been a councillor during the period where we had the Commonwealth Games, there were so many other elements that mattered for our city beyond the sport that really shaped a sense of pride, you know, obviously legacy when it comes to places like tonight. I play my semi-final at Carrara Sports and Leisure Centre for basketball with Masters, a bunch of old 35-year-old men. And we're in this great new facility that is still amazing to play in. And I get to enjoy that, as do thousands of other young basketballers and netballers and futsal players and volleyballers. It's really exciting to not just see it from the decision maker's perspective, but also participate in it after the fact. The items that are identified in this legacy framework are actually really exciting to me as well. I think there's some really key elements that shape what we're going to do. And the legacy strategy that we have is not just, you know, some overarching framework or pillars, this idea of future Gold Coast, inclusive Gold Coast, connected Gold Coast, healthy and green Gold Coast. Not just those pillars, but we've gone down and drilled down into the specific things that we want to advocate for to see our city flourish after this big event and flourish before this big event. So even there's things that we've got in this that have got 4-year timeframes, which is 3 years before the games will even be. I think that's exciting as well. I mean, I know that I picked one out before in my question. The Biodiversity Centre at the Gold Coast Botanical Gardens is going to be amazing for our city. It's going to be a great item that fulfills this healthy and green Gold Coast aspiration that we have, but it's also a really tangible place where people who love botanic gardens and garden tourism will flock to our botanic gardens in our city, although maybe they'll just spend one more day in the city. If our 12 million tourists spend one more day in the city just because they need to go to the botanic gardens, that's going to be a wonderful economic legacy, an environmental legacy, and a social legacy. That's going to be exciting for us. I wanted to touch on the two items that were pulled out by my colleague, Councillor Patterson. She indicated that her view is that heritage and arts and culture shouldn't be part of our legacy. And frankly, that's not what I experienced in the workshops that I participated in. I remember Tuesday in workshops that at times seemed a bit strange. There was one where we did lots of post-it notes on sheets of butcher's paper, which was a bit weird because some of the ideas that came out of that probably weren't necessarily aligned with me. But there was this brainstorming or this kind of celebration of ideas that happened in that, where you saw other people's perspective as a bit different to your own. And I think that, frankly, the guts of what's happened in those meetings has kind of helped inform what we're reading today. I also appreciated the workshop that I received personally from the team, who came and talked to me about how those workshops had informed what we were presenting, and that in order to make sure that I wasn't surprised today in Chambers, that I was across what this was all about. And heritage and arts and culture are two things that are really close to my heart. This idea of us understanding and respecting the First Nations history of this city is critical to people understanding the fullness of what sort of city we are. Frankly, for the first 200 years of Australia, there's been a reasonable portion of that where we probably haven't had that much regard for First Nations people. And it's really been only in the last couple of decades that we've really started to do that. And our city is still forming its ideas when it comes to understanding the First Nations history of our area. But that's not all that heritage is about anyway. The idea that my division has heritage-listed buildings where colonial and early settlers to this area, farming families worked really hard, and that forms part of the heritage story as well. I think for our Olympic Games legacy aspirations, we've got to incorporate those elements of our history as well, and I'm excited about that. There's no reason we could take that out. We shouldn't take that out. The same with arts and culture, Mr. Mayor. The last 12 years, I've been so proud of how we've evolved as an arts and culture hub for Queensland and Australia. People are now seeing our Gold Coast Music Awards, our theatre experiences, events and festivals like Bleach, events and festivals like Blues on Broadbeach. These are things that have really just ramped up, amplified over the last 12 years, and we need to be on the ball when it comes to leveraging the Olympics to see them continue to be broadcast to the world, so people know that the Gold Coast is a place that we celebrate arts and culture. It's a place that we care about that part, not just because we like going to a concert and we like music, but because arts and culture stimulate creativity and innovation, and that impacts the tech businesses, that impacts the health businesses, that impacts the construction businesses. When people are immersed in arts and culture, they think more creatively, and it makes them better at every other part of their life. That's what legacy is about, and that's why it should be part of our Olympics legacy aspirations. Mr. Mayor, this is a really great body of work. Trish and the team, really appreciate you all. Thank you for what you've done. I hope the councillors support this today, and whilst there's no doubt that in this Chambers there are divergent views when it comes to what is legacy and what is not, what is important and what is not, what I hope we can all be is of one mind when it comes to, we hope that this event, this Olympics event, the biggest event to be held in the world in 2032, is not going to just be about sport, but about the way we can continue to grow our city in all of these different areas. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
I thought that was a quite good close from Councillor Gates.
Very good.
I felt excited as well.
Well, the debate's closed. Councillors, all in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried unanimously.
Yes.
Yes, it was like this until. Oh my! All right. I think the next one is the last item of the day. I think, Mr. CEO, 16.4.
Happy to confirm that it is.
16.4. Are you going to do a bit of presentation? Short presentation.
Into close. Into close. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, we need to go to close session.
Oh, we're going to go to close? Yes. I thought you said short. Right, we're going to close. Commercial confidence. Move. Councillor Gates. Seconder, Councillor Wilkinson. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried. you want to move the motion there? Move. Councillor Gates, where is that? 1, 2, 3. Seconder, anyone? Councillor Tozer? Anyone to speak against? Councillor Gates, you want to close? Right. Put motion to you. All in favour, show of hands. Against, motion carried, unanimous. Mr. CEO, is there anything else?
No, there is not.
Meeting closed, 16:49.
Good luck tonight, please.
Yeah.